So this is one of two pages of the track events, starting with 60. The competition continues. Here it's day 2 of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here on the campus of the University of Windsor. Dan Malta, Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, Brett Hedges, and Sarah Saeed bringing you all the action over the course of this 3-day event. We've already had some champions crowned yesterday, and some this morning as some action already went along, and it updated the standings a little bit as we roll through to the women's standings. And this has changed a little bit, but the Guelph Griffins sitting on top right now.
As the 6-time defending champions, I know the Guelph Griffins are more than happy to see their names at the top of those standings, but it's going to be a tight race with Western, who did walk away with the OUA Conference Championship 2 weeks ago.
Rolling through the hometown, Windsor Lancers sitting in 3rd, Toronto Varsity Blues in 4th as we take a look at the men's standings. Also with some changes this morning going into today's action, Western was on top. Manitoba took it to the top. Brett.
Yeah, Manitoba scored some really big points in the men's weight throw this afternoon. They went 1st and 3rd, Graham Wright and Swellesley picking up 16 points in that category, giving themselves a 15-point lead before the start of day 2. No Western Mustangs athletes scoring in the men's weight throw, but Guelph did have Liam Davis pick up some points in that event as well. Alberta picks up their first points of the games with 8 points from Wesley Ezzy from Alberta.
And Cole?
Yeah, it's looking to be a good competition for these men. Right now it is a marathon and not a sprint. We've seen a very minimal amount of men's events complete, so the points are likely to shake up much more as day 2 and 3 continue.
And yesterday was a very exciting day. We saw a record broken in the pole vault, and we'll roll some highlights now from yesterday's action as things kicked off here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse in Windsor.
Starting things off was women's weight throw. This is Jordana Badley-Costello. That is her championship winning throw of 1945. She beat Janae Shomachuk by 22 centimeters. Here's Madison Lawrence from Manitoba. She ended up being the Pent champion after taking the high jump there, and obviously the team title in the sprints. This is Shalane Pritchard winning her heat in the Pent 60. In the multis as well, that's Dejon Clark from Trinity Western winning the shot put event. We also had some prelims on the track throughout the day. In the women's Pent shot put, Shalane Pritchard from Regina won that event. That is Vienna Courteau from Ottawa. And the 60-meter final here, this was an amazing race with a razor-thin finish.
And the shocker from Western University.
Yeah, Anyama. We had some fun action on the track there. This is the 4x200-meter relays yesterday. Good battle among multiple heats. This is Grace Elford from Windsor. This is her bronze medal clearance of 4:15. And now this is the championship record, 4:35 from Jenna Lazarov, and she gets mobbed by her teammates afterwards. She tried to increase that record, but was unable to do that, but she's in the record books now. That's Olivier Bouscade and Jared Hendricks-Pollock, who is in the lead after one day of the men's heptathlon.
An exciting jump off to close out day one, absolutely, and some long jump action as well.
Yeah, this is our corner cam here. That's Noah Dimash there. It is Edouard Lebois-Boyot and Tristan Misha, who's in second place. That's from Windsor. There's our leader, Jared Hendricks-Pollock, as well.
And that brings us through to our athletes to watch for today's action. We've got 10 that we're really focusing on here. At the top of the list, track athlete Max Davies, a 1,500 meter and 1,000 meter specialist looking to defend his titles from the 2024 U Sports Championships. The 75th Canadian to run a sub 4-minute mile. To put that into context, less than 1,800 people in the history of humans, recorded human history, have done that. There are more than 8 billion people on the world. Max Davies, one of 1,800 to do something truly incredible. So we're going to be watching him as well. Avery Pearson from Saskatchewan, 1,000 meter, 4x400, 4x800 gold last year, 600 meter silver. Another impressive athlete, the fourth-year kinesiology student from Meadow Lake. Keeping things moving, Diana Proctor from Guelph, and Sadie Jane, you're a Guelph athlete. Tell us a little bit about Diana and Max.
Diana's coming off a great weekend at OUAs. She was the 300-meter champion, taking down last year's U Sports gold medalist, and she's a World U20 silver medalist in the 400 meters last summer. Max Davies, he's a double U Sports record holder. He was just crowned the U Sports Track and Field Male Athlete of the Year, and he is so excited to run this weekend.
And Hallie Nelson, top-ranked 1,000 meter, former OUA Rookie of the Year. Keeping things going, Jonathan Podbielski from the University of Regina, Can West triple gold, 1,000, 1,500, and 3,000. Ranked in the top 4 in all of those categories. Favor Okpali from Western University, reigning U Sports 600 meter champ, 300 meter bronze medal, and Kenneth West in the field side.
Yeah, Kenneth West set a new record at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago with a jump of 7.99 in the long jump. He is also competing in the triple jump on Saturday as well, but that's going to be one of our main athletes to watch in the long jump. Let's see if he clears 8 meters. Aiden Groot from Toronto is the top-ranked athlete in the men's high jump event. He is a clearance of 2:15. Been battling some injuries throughout the year, so we'll see what he's got today. Caleb Keeling from Windsor won the OUAs 2 weeks ago. Liv Sands from Western competed in the women's weight throw yesterday. She's looking to defend her title in the U Sports shot put, and she is one of our athletes to watch as well. Sienna McDonald from Calgary. She scratched from the pent yesterday, but we'll continue with a couple of events in today, including the long jump and the 60-meter hurdles.
And getting through to some track events, 2 pages of track events today. It's a track-heavy day here on day 2, starting off with the 60-meter hurdles and the HEP, and then 60-meter prelims for women in the hurdles, same with men, then the 1,000-meter final for both the women and the men. We're really looking forward to those races. They should be electric here in the building, and then we get the finals for the hurdles, 300-meter prelims for both the men and women before we get the 3,000-meter finals for both the women and the men. Then we'll get the ambulatory women in the 300s. Final for the women in the 300s coming up at 7:55, 8:05, 300 final for the men, and then some relays to really bring the action to close out the track events for the day at 8:30, 8:45, the 4x800s, and then the HEP 1,000 meter before we move along to some field events.
Yeah, this afternoon we started with the men's weight throw. That was a fantastic competition. Graham Wright from Manitoba won that with a throw of 1967. That's his season's best. In the women's long jump, we're going to have a stacked field of athletes that could really challenge each other for the podium. That's at 4:25. Rebecca Parker, Michaela May, Mandy Brunette. Actually, she's in the triple jump, but those 2 athletes, some of the best. Sienna McDonald from Calgary, the top athlete to watch in that field. High jump men, I'm excited for this. This is going to be a star-studded field. We've got a number of great athletes. We had a really good jump off 2 weeks ago in the OUA Championships between Caleb Keeling and Mason McGregor. We'll see if maybe they can transfer that into a podium performance today. Of course, we've got the HEP pole vault for our multi-athletes as well, looking to pick up some really big points before having to put themselves through an excruciating 1,000 meter to end our night. In the men's long jump, we talked about Kenneth West, but there's a number of athletes that could challenge to be on the podium in that event, and it's one of those things where you can't count anybody out at any time. It don't matter if it's second or third round, anyone can win from any round in this event. And in the women's shot put, we're going to see if Liv Sands can hit her third U Sports gold in a row in that event.
They're starting to put the hurdles on the track. Athletes are warming up. The buzz, the atmosphere, all building here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse. And we'll have the action coming up next here at the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Hey U Sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here on the campus of the University of Windsor. And now Brett's going to take us through to some weight throw action from earlier in this afternoon.
We had some fantastic competitors on display in the men's weight throw. That is a lineup of our competitors 1 through 12, the top 12 athletes in U Sports. We had 2 athletes from Windsor qualify for the top 8. This was our second-ranked athlete from Laval, Abdallah Hassar. He triple faulted and did not make the final. This is a throw from Saskatchewan. This is Liam Davis from Guelph, picked up some points in the weight throw. First-year athlete, really has a bright future ahead of him. Here's the AUS champ, this is the Calgary Dinos. This is Jeremy Elliott from York with his 8th place throw of 16.69. This is the first-year athlete, Zach Clark from Windsor. He threw a best of 16.72. AJ Stannett, the OUA champion in this event, threw 17.39 to finish in 6th place. This is the AUS champ, Christopher Grant. He had a best throw of 17.61. Here is Caleb Hominick from Dalhousie. He had a best throw of 17.67 to finish 4th. This is Manitoba's Joshua Swellesley. He threw 17.91. And this is Wesley Ezzy from Alberta, a huge throw of 18.52. And here is our champion, Graham Wright, 19.61, a huge toss to claim gold in the men's weight throw event. Picking up 16 big points for the Manitoba Bisons and putting them in first place before action gets set on the track for day 2. Just a few moments away from the introductions of our men's heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. That will kick off track today. We'll have 2 heats of that. And these athletes have already competed in 4 events yesterday. They did the 60-meter dash, they did the long jump, they did the shot put, and the high jump. We saw a clearance of 2 athletes tied at 199, unable to clear that distance, but it's almost anyone's game here in the heptathlon coming into this event here today. I'll go over our multi-table shortly before we introduce our athletes. Jared Hendricks-Pollock from Western in first, Tristan Misha from Windsor in second, Emmanuel Deslitz from Western in third. Let's send it down to the track. Dan, take it away.
In lane 1 from the Trinity Western Spartans, Dejan Clark, and then Noah Damash from the Guelph Griffins in 2, Winston Clark in 3. From the Western, and then Tristan Mishka from the Windsor Lancers in 4, Quinn Cameron from Western, and then Quentin Bouscade from the Laval Rouge et Or. So Brett, you're saying these guys are fresh now, coming off of yesterday?
Yeah, fresh is I wouldn't say is the term, quite the term to use, but these guys are definitely feeling it. 4 events in one day. They're gonna do 3 more this afternoon. Why not go for a full sprint and jump over a handful of hurdles to get your day started before you go over to pole vault? Why not?
Yeah, taking on the challenge of the day.
That's exactly it.
And all the athletes in the stands, their families, friends, all standing, watching right now as you take a look at the infield. Some getting prepped. They'll come back into our frame on the gun. And they're off, coming up the near side. Looks like right in the middle. Christian Misha is going to come through first. Trailed by a pair of Windsor athletes. Or pardon me, Western athletes, Winston Clark and Quinn Cameron coming through. 8.62 for Tristan Misha, and then Quinn Cameron 8.7, Winston Clark 8.76, followed by Noah Damash and Dejan Clark, Quentin Bouscade with 9.13. They'll update the standings when the event is wrapped up.
On your screen right now is Noah Damash from Guelph. We saw him in the high jump event yesterday, favoring his left knee. May have re-aggravated something during that hurdles event there 2 years ago, or last year at the OUA Championships. He struggled to get through that 1,000 meter at the end of the day there. We'll see how he competes later on in the pole vault and in the 1,000 meter. So Tristan Misha with a good 8.62. I believe that's a personal best for him. He had 2 PBs yesterday, one in the 60-meter sprint and in the long jump. So good event for Tristan Misha so far. Once the next set of athletes goes, I will update us on the multi-tables.
Everyone locking in and overcoming injuries. We talked about this a bunch yesterday, but Sadie Jane, you've been close to these teams, so you know what it's like for them to go through an event like this. Different management, different treatment for these guys who are non-specialists, right? The multi-athletes, it's whole body. One thing down in your... There's an intense moment there as well. A showman yesterday as well during the jumps.
Jared is very... he is a very good entertainer. He's an athlete. You know, he understands that this is for entertainment. He understands that this is for enjoyment. And he wants to put on a show while showing off his best ability. And he is in the lead right now going into the 60-meter hurdles.
And you may not recognize him today. He's dropped the bandana from day one. Sadie.
As you were saying, these events are not like the other. It's not like they're going out there and running 3 middle distance events or 3 endurance events. Today we're going to see hurdles, and then we're going to see pole vault, and then we're going to see the 1,000 meter. And you see these athletes come to a meet with a bag of different shoes specific to each event they're going to be doing. They're going to have nutrition. They're going to have some massage therapy, everything to recover after each specific event.
In lane 1, Samuel Udding from the Guelph Griffins as we work across Edouard Lavoie-Belleau from Sherbrooke. Jared Hendricks Polak, who we already saw address the crowd of the Western Mustangs. Logan Koch from Saskatchewan, Jake Neufeld, also from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Emmanuel Desilets from Western, and then Max Mazarol from Moncton.
So as of this moment, after that first heat, Tristan Misha is in the lead with 38.17, 3,817 points. So if Jared Hendricks Pollock wants to take over the lead, he's going to want to run a sub-9 60-meter hurdle here. So very close after one day of competition.
And all these athletes closely knit. You saw them after that first heat, a couple colliding going into the mat, all shaking hands afterwards.
And we're likely going to see at the end of the event, they're all going to take photos together. They're a real community of athletes.
Getting set in the blocks. You saw there the record for this event, 8.19 seconds. And they're off, coming up the middle. Looks like we have a tumble. Guelph has gone down and moving still. The Huskies coming through. Samuel Udding is going to finish the race.
And that's important, Dan, because if he did not, he would not be able to qualify for the final rankings in the heptathlon. So that's going to impact his score heavily, but it's good that he finished the race.
And Logan Koch coming through in first with a time of 8.4 seconds. Max Mazarol second, 8.43. And we're going to take a look at this tumble. He kept moving through after catching that first hurdle.
Knocks down the third and the fourth, but clears the fifth there. So we'll see what kind of score Sam gets. He's the OUA bronze medalist. He won that OUA bronze medal by 1 point 2 weeks ago over Tristan Misha. So an opening here in the U Sports Championship for ground to be made up in the heptathlon. And you can see the emotion on Sam's face there. That is our results in the second heat of the men's 60-meter hep hurdles. So Jared Hendricks Pollock with an 8.68, so it looks like he will retake the lead in points. Logan Koch with a very solid 8.40 to win the second heat there. A lot of these athletes, Dan, are specialists in pole vault, and you might see them tomorrow in the men's pole vault event as well. So some big points going to be made up in the pole vault later on this afternoon.
And keeping moving through that, as you mentioned, Brett, very important no matter what. As things keep on moving, everybody's moving into the infield here. All those team bags and team jackets.
And while we're waiting for the next set of hurdles to be set up, and I'm just going to go over just some of the rules for heptathlon just so people understand. So the results in each event are converted into points. There is a table in which a certain performance will get 1,000 points, and anything under that will get subsequently less points. Points are awarded for the distance, height, or time achieved in each event, and then recorded in the heptathlon points table. The total number of points an athlete achieves from all 7 events determines their final standing. And to qualify, 4 ranking competitors must start or make a trial in all 7 heptathlon events. So similar to what we saw with Sam, he knocked over some hurdles, but he did finish the race. He didn't have a DNF, which is very important, which would disqualify him from the rest of the competition. So we'll see if he can make up some ground in the pole vault later this afternoon.
You can see the women getting set for their 60-meter hurdle prelims. We'll have 2 heats in this one. Shalane Pritchard, busy day yesterday, getting right back to it.
Yeah, Shalane's one of those athletes that really are pushing it this weekend, right? She's competed in 5 events yesterday. She's got the 60-meter hurdles as well. She's going to perform in the shot put later on tonight, too. So very busy schedule for Shalane Pritchard.
Shalane took home the silver at Can West 2 weeks ago, and We've seen, as you were mentioning, that she's in a lot of events. We also have Rebecca Parker, who we saw in the pentathlon, claiming the silver medal last night. They only get 10 points for a win. It's the same points as every other event, even though they are competing in 5, or in the men's case, 7. So it is really nice to see them come back and compete in the events that they're really very talented at.
Worth noting, Rebecca Parker also going to be in long jump later tonight.
And in the opening heat here, Timi Adalugba from the Saskatchewan Huskies, season best 8.46. Natasha Gatsky from the University of Calgary, 8.51. Rebecca Parker, Guelph Griffin, 8.49 season best. Tyra Bogue from Western, 8.16. Quinn Miller from the Toronto Varsity Blues at 8.5. And then Shalane Pritchard from the Regina Cougars at 8.32 clocked this season.
Tyra Bogue is coming into this as a bronze medalist from this event in 2023. So she'll be looking to continue that momentum.
Cool.
These ladies will be part of one of 2 prelims. They'll be looking for a top 2 finish to auto-qualify to a final 1 hour from now. Again, that is top 2 finishers in each heat, plus next 3 best times to qualify for the hour away final.
And we heard the screams from Western University. We were pointing this out yesterday, but probably the loudest school here, maybe this weekend so far. York University their team got really excited yesterday following a race.
I think we'll have to wait and see what happens during the relays to determine the loudest team. Usually they separate around the track, and you can hear the different cheers that they have for their teammates going by.
Worth noting in this hurdle field, Quinn Miller from Toronto in lane 5 also competed in women's pole vault last night. She cleared 380 to get 7th place overall at U Sports and pick up 2 points for the Varsity Blues.
And Tyra Bogue, the favorite in this heat, best time by a pretty significant margin so far this season, so we'll be watching her in lane 4.
And she's in a different color jersey this year.
She used to be a Guelph Griffin, and now she's competing for the Western Mustangs.
Off and looks strong getting off. Everyone clean through all the hurdles. Close finish on the inside. Adalugba, Saskatchewan Huskies. 8.43, and that'll move past her season best. Pretty decisive victory there as Bogue comes in second. Parker in third.
So right now our bubble time, or the cutoff time to make the final, is going to be 8:54. That'll be the time the athletes in Heat 2 that don't receive an auto-qualifying spot are looking to run.
So Shalane Pritchard and Natasha Gatsky are on the cutting floor, so to speak. So we'll see how that goes here. Quinn Miller from Toronto will not advance. She was part of that mob scene last night after the record-breaking of pole vault by Jennifer Elizarov there too.
There's Timi Adalugba.
She took home the bronze medal at CanWest 2 weeks ago, so this was a great start to her U Sports weekend.
Absolutely, moving through, looking happy after that one, and she should be. Ready for the second heat. Abby Gaudry from Dalhousie, season best 8.78. Anike Abiodun from the Guelph Griffins, 8.41. Then Sienna McDonald, the University of Calgary, sub-8. One of our athletes to watch as we kicked off the broadcast. Sarah Saldudo from the Brock Badgers, 8.49 season best. Rachel Watson from Western, a matching time of 8.49. And then Mally St. Germain from Sherbrooke, 8.36. Selena Kajowski from Saskatchewan, 8.56.
This heat, we see a lot of conference champions. Sienna McDonald was the CanWest champion. Adenike was the OUA champion. Abby Gaudry, the AUS champion. And then Mauli was the RSEQ champion. So all the conference champions happen to be in this one heat today.
And Sienna finishing 6th in the 60 meter. That wasn't hard enough, so she'll build this today.
And right after this race, they're going to have to change their cleats and go over to long jump, some of them. So.
And we'll mention as well Sienna McDonald, the 2024 U Sports Athlete of the Meet last year at the championships.
I believe we'll be seeing her compete at World Indoors a few weeks from now as she has hit the standard.
Yes, Sadie. As you mentioned that, I was looking up the results. Currently, her seed time of 7:9.7 is the 26th best time in the world this year.
So we've got some world-class athletes in this field.
Yeah, really impressive. I think a lot of people might not assume this about youth sports just when they think about it, but people in this building, there are Olympians competing right here today.
I mean, the perfect example last year is Audrey Leduc. She goes from the youth sports championship, absolutely kills it, and then goes and competes in the Olympics with the Olympic team.
Became a household name right overnight.
We should also mention that Molly St. Germain from Sherbrooke, not only was she the RSEQ champion, she was the RSEQ track and field MVP for the meet.
Wow.
So she is a very talented athlete, as are all of these women on the line today.
As they move down the line with the introductions. One more runner in this heat. Our eyes focused on lane 3, Sienna McDonald, the clear favorite here in this heat and the event overall. Last to get into the blocks is McDonald. Great look at the start line as they all settle in.
Record is 8:15.
And it's on the line right now. They're off. McDonald out to a clear lead, and she is cooking through. McDonald's going to take this by a gap, 8:05. Unofficial, we'll wait and see if that clocks. 8:09 official time.
It's a U Sports record.
U Sports record.
What a way to open up in these heats.
Molly St. Germain right off of it as well at 8:22, coming through in second. And she maybe had a little more there, it looks like, coming across that line, but here in the heats, excited for the final in this one, what she might be able to provide for us. Abby Odun in third from Guelph, 8:38. Rachel Watson coming through in fourth, the Western athlete, 8:51. Saskatchewan, Selena Kajowski, 8:6. Dalhousie, Abby's Gaudry, 8:87. And then from Brock, Sarah Saldudo, an 8:9.
So it looks like our qualifiers for the final are going to be Sienna McDonald from Calgary, Molly St. Germain from Sherbrooke, Timmy Adelugba from Saskatchewan, Tyra Bogue from Western, Adenike Adiodum from Guelph, Rebecca Parker from Guelph, and Rachel Watson from Western.
We'll be right back with more coverage of the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory. The lights are bright, the stakes higher. This isn't just a game, it's the moment. Hydrated, focused, ready to win. Powered by BioSteel. Welcome to Championship Weekend.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
All right, welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. The infield is getting ready for the men's high jump event. The women's long jump event is in its first round. And on the track, we're getting ready for the men's prelims in the 60-meter hurdles. And that is a shot of our athletes today. All of these athletes this season near the 2-meter mark, a number of them at 2:05, 2:02. Our top-ranked athlete in the field is a man named Aiden Groot from Toronto. His season's best is 2:15, but he will be entering the contest at a lower height than that. This is an event that could take close to an hour and a half-ish, depending on where these 12 athletes, actually it's 15 athletes in this field because of the conference championships and so many athletes hitting the standard in U Sports. And they see them getting their last words with the official there. As we take a look at long jump, Rebecca Parker just had a fault there. A couple minutes away from the first heat in the men's 60-meter hurdle. So a number of those athletes from the women's long jump just competed in the women's hurdles as well. Here's that last jump from Rebecca Parker, and note her left foot there was over that red mark on the toe board that you'll see on the right side of your screen. The official puts up the red flag. That means that is a fault and that will not be measured. So it looks like Age Jones is going to be the first jumper in the men's high jump. Shalane Pritchard from Regina launching her first jump into the pit. The top athlete ranked in the women's long jump is Sienna McDonald, who we just saw win her section of the women's 60-meter hurdles. She's the top ranked athlete in that field at 6:23. On the runway now is Shalane Pritchard. Actually, on the runway now is Abby Gaudry. Shalane just jumped 5.79. Abby Gaudry is from the Dalhousie Tigers. She was the winner in this event at the AUS Championships. And also won the AUS Championship in the pentathlon as well. So here's Noah Dimash at 183.
In Birkenstocks.
So, yeah. So he went under the height there.
I believe what you may be seeing on your screen is Noah Dimash intentionally looking to foul. There is a rule within the U Sports Championships where if you do not start any event, clear flag or red flag, you cannot continue to compete at all throughout the weekend. Okay. Noah Dimash is currently competing in the men's heptathlon to continue his eligibility. Oh, I believe that's Jones of Guelph.
So Age Jones from Guelph, his first attempt at 183 is good. So Dimash is out of the competition. We'll see him in the men's pole vault at 6 o'clock. So he's going to run over the pole vault pit as well. The record in this event was set back in 1993 by Alex Zaliaskis from Toronto, 2:24. Not sure if we're going to see that height today, but we are going to see a fantastic competition between some of the best athletes in Canada in these events. There's Jones taking a seat there. On the runway for long jump. Actually, it looks like we are going to stay in the infield here. Dax Turner from Manitoba. This is going to be his first attempt at 188. The opening height of 183 was cleared by Age Jones. Now it's Dax Turner from Manitoba.
We'll be seeing lots of Dax this weekend. I know he's made with springs. He'll be competing in the men's triple jump as well.
Dax Turner looks very strong on that opening height of 188. Mally St. Germain from Sherbrooke with a foul in her first round jump in the long jump.
Blake Marchand, Dalhousie Tigers. First attempt at 188. And he's clear over the bar.
Good body control there. It looked like he might have reached up a little early. We'll keep an eye on the field. Dan, take it away on the track.
Yeah, getting set in heat 1 of the men's 60-meter hurdles. Logan Koch in lane 1 from Saskatchewan.
Zach Courtney just cleared 188 on his first chance.
And DeAndre Williams from Western in lane 2, season best 8:11. Tamari Lindo from the York Lions, 7.94. Then Keon Rude from the Guelph Griffins, 7.96. Jordan Williams-Nahelli from the Waterloo Warriors, 8.32. Adam Exley from Western, 8.12. The men jumping at a 42-inch hurdle. The women were on a 33.
Tamari Lindo is coming into this as the OUA champion, and right beside him in lane 4 is Keon Rude of the Guelph Griffins, who is the U Sports Rookie of the Year and the OUA silver medalist. And they had a fun exchange at the end of the OUA race 2 weeks ago, so we'll see what happens today.
Define fun.
A little jawing back and forth.
Interesting. So we'll see here. One hurdle down. Coming up the middle here. Looks like Lindo's going to take it home. I believe Keon Rude got through right beside, and they shake hands afterwards.
It's all good sportsmanship after this.
Impressive time from Lindo. 7.9. That'll be his season best. Rude with a 7.97.
Matthew Gooden from Manitoba just cleared 188 on his first attempt.
It's Tamari Lindo working his way back to the infield.
He's our top returner in this 60-meter hurdles event, claiming the bronze medal back in 2024.
Actually shaking his head when talking to his teammates going into the middle. They're not sure if there was something he wasn't entirely happy with, but a season best time is a season best time.
And he'll have the finals to improve on that.
The bar is now being set at 193 in the men's high jump. On the runway now is Viola Tijofo from Laval. Here's Dax Turner from Manitoba, 193. Wow. Made that look easy. Good clearance on his second height.
Absolutely correct there, Brett. These athletes are raising the bar this weekend at U Sports. Hope to see this competition go long and far.
Getting warmed up on the hurdles. Gregory Michel from Sherbrooke, the best time in the field this season at 7.89.
Here's Blake Marchand from Dalhousie. His first chance at 193. Unable to clear that. Zach Courtney will have the next chance at 193. And here's Zach from Western. Good clearance at 193. Quickly moving towards 2 meters in the men's high jump. Just a couple moments away from our announcers introducing our 60-meter hurdles second heat. Fun battle between Tamari Lindo and Keon Rude. To kind of clarify from 2 weeks ago at OU's, it wasn't like there was any animus there. It was almost like when Usain Bolt had to look over at Andre DeGrasse when he was beating him in the Olympics and said, not today. You know, Keon Rude, first-year athlete, very close behind him, but obviously needs to learn a little bit from Tamari Lindo from York there.
Competition only makes you work harder and improve faster. So you love to see that.
Here's Matthias Lagak.
And back on the track in lane 1, Adam Andres from Manitoba, 8:07 season best. Liam Oster from Saskatchewan, Aiden Blaine from the Western Mustangs, Colton Spencer of the Brock Badgers, Marcus Grant from the Western Mustangs, and as I mentioned, Gregory Michel, 7:89. The best time of the field, one of 3 athletes in the event to have gone sub-8 this season.
He's the reigning RSEQ champion, and he'll be going up against Adam Andre from Manitoba, who is the Can West champion.
So everybody in this heat probably recognizing they've got to chase lane 6. That top spot might already be accounted for here, if everything is executed as we expect it will be. But there are 5 hurdles in their way.
Caleb Keeling, the OU weight champion, just missed his first attempt at 193.
Runner set. Off, we're looking at the lane nearest us for Michel. He is in front over 3 hurdles, over 4, and he's going to take it home. Looks like on the far side, Adam Andre may have taken second place. Yes, he did. 7.92 for Michel. Andre, 8.06, so that improves on his season best. So 8.07 down 8.06. Marcus Grant coming through in third, 8.14.
And it seemed like the athlete in lane 4 completely pulled up as soon as he got out of the blocks. Not sure what happened there, but Colton Spencer from Brock, DNS.
Yeah, if we can try and take a look at that start again and just what may have gone wrong getting out of the gates, out of the blocks.
That's the first time we've seen that. So,
Sadie, what were you seeing here?
It just immediately he knew something wasn't right. Hopefully it wasn't that he tweaked something and was feeling pain. Maybe it was just a start that he knew wasn't going to set himself up for success, but he didn't even go over the first hurdle.
I mean, I'm sure that what a lot of coaches talk about with the hurdles as well as at the start, it's that reaction time, right? And if they don't hit it, sometimes it's curtains. Here's Matthew Gooden, the Manitoba Bison, unable to clear 193. So Hep pole vault being called over to the runway.
So now that the men's 60-meter hurdles prelims has concluded, our qualifiers for the final are going to be Tamari Lindo of York, Gregory Michel of Sherbrooke, Keon Rude of Guelph, Adam Andre of Manitoba, DeAndre Williams of Western, Marcus Grant of Western, and Aiden Blaine of Western.
So lots of Western Mustangs in the finals for the 60-meter hurdle. Blake Marchand just cleared 193 on his second chance at that height. Pardon me, Xander Costello. A number of Manitoba athletes in this field. Your attention, please. The hurdles off the back straight. Pardon me, this is Xander Costello. That's his second miss at 193. Blake Marchand was the athlete to go just before that, and Matthew Gooden from Manitoba went just before that.
Take a look at this jump one more time. Big run up from Xander. I believe he has the hip height. A little bit of work to do there with the legs and kicking them up and over the bar.
Here's Caleb Keeling from Windsor, his second chance at 193. His best this season is 210. Good clearance at 193 for Caleb Keeling. For those who weren't around for 2 weeks ago, it was a jump off in the men's high jump, and that was our gold medalist between he and Mason McGregor.
Speaking of Mason McGregor, just off screen now, we do see him clear 193 on his second attempt.
As you see that nice slow-mo of Caleb Keeling there. Good bend at the bar, good clearance. And here's Matthew Gooden from Manitoba now. And he clears 193. These athletes look to be hitting their groove as the bar will be moving up to 198 shortly. Here is Gooden from Manitoba. Look at that, great clearance from him. Good hip height, like Cole likes to say. And no bar love, no need.
Not yet.
So Xander Costello from Manitoba still has to try to clear 193. A number of athletes are not going to enter the competition until it is at 203. Here's Xander's third chance. Oh, great run up and clearance there from Costello. Looked like he had a little bit more speed on that one.
Yep. Look at that speed you were just talking about there, Brett. Big correction over last jump. Up and over.
Oh.
And clean.
Good body control to get that heel over the bar and not nick it.
And smiles all the way across.
So good clearance there. That'll move the bar up to 198. Dax Turner from Manitoba will be the first to try that height. Celia Markovinovich from Waterloo is on the runway for long jump. This is Celia, or sorry, that is Celia from Waterloo. High jump champion. We'll see her tomorrow in that event. So Celia's jump was, I'll tell you that when the results come up.
On your screen now is Blake Marchand of Dalhousie. First attempt at 198.
Unable to clear at that height. And he will move onto his second chance.
Zach Courtney, Western Mustangs. First attempt, 198. Big run up. Oh, great clearance and some bar love. Zach Courtney will move on to a new height.
Runs off that mat so that the bar doesn't fall off.
Reaches maybe with the shoulder on the way up. The green bar does stay and is given the white flag.
Zach Courtney actually finished in 9th place at the OUA Championships, but his season's best got him a trip to the U Sports Championships. That is Shalane Pritchard from Regina in the long jump. She just jumped 5.89. That will put her in 3rd place.
You just watched Corbin Dubois of University of Guelph. Missed his first attempt at 198.
And a couple of years ago, he put on a show in the men's high jump for us. I believe capturing a bronze or a silver medal in that competition. So you know this guy's always up for competition. This is Matthias Lagac. This is from ETS in Montreal, École Technologie Supérieure in downtown Montreal. He is the RSEQ champion and earned his way to the championships with I'll find out that result in just a moment, but he's our RSEQ champion. Tristan Boateng from York, now 198. So Mylène Habash from Guelph just jumped to 374. Early in the season, she jumped to 612 and was the #1 ranked athlete in the women's long jump, but her second attempt, 374, will currently put her in 9th place. Here's Tristan. Oh, beautiful clearance at 198. Boateng will get some quick coaching. Michaela May down the runway for Windsor. In the long jump, good clearance there, or good jump there. And there's Boateng. All right, we've got some action down at the track. Take it away, Dan.
This is one we've been looking forward to. It's the women's 1,000 meter. This will be a two-shoot, two-turn stagger. Sadie Jane, let's describe what that's going to mean.
Yes, as we can see, the women are not all lined up in a row. We've got this initial line of women that we have on camera right now at the finish line, and then higher up on the track in the outer 3 lanes, we have an additional 4 women who are now on our screen. And what's going to happen is these women are going to remain in their respective boxes or their respective chutes until they go around 2 corners, and then they'll be able to cut in at the start of the final stretch of lap 1.
And on our screen right now, we saw Haley Nelson, Western Mustangs, top ranked, coming into this event as we take a look at some high jump action from the far side of the building and coming back to the track. Hallie Nelson's best time this year, 2:43.13. That's an average speed of 21.4 kilometers an hour. She's nearly speeding in a school zone getting through here. But moving through this field, Avery Pearson from the Saskatchewan Huskies, another one who's really impressive this season, 2:45.03, 1,000-meter gold last year. Jenica Swartz, also from Saskatchewan. We'll see if they're able to work together at all. Julia Agostinelli from the Toronto Varsity Blues, Camille Boudreau from Laval, Chloe Coots from the Western Mustangs, Grace Cook from Alberta, Kara McDonald, Dalhousie, Hillary Clark from Waterloo, Caitlin Harrison from Saskatchewan, Kayla Sanderson-Kirby from Guelph, and Laura Desjardins from Sherbrooke.
So on the screen we can see Agostinelli, Schwartz, Pearson, and Nelson there. Avery, as you said, was the reigning champion. Agostinelli was bronze in this event last year while she was running for the Guelph Griffins.
And Cole had some information for us about how this race might turn out, just talking to some people around the building. Cole.
This race is very exciting. This is not a heat. This is a final. I'm going to assume a lot of these athletes are going to put it all on the line and just try and burn each other out. I'm not looking forward to a sit and kick. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But here they are coming around, about to cut in at the next straightaway. Back to you guys.
Coming through there is that group of 4. And now, as Sadie Jane described, they will fall in.
So we've got Pearson and Swartz working together, the 2 Saskatchewan Huskies. They're followed by the RSEQ champion. Oh, sorry, pardon me. The RSEQ champion was Laurie Desjardins. They're followed by Camille Boudreau, who was 9th in this event last year.
And the Saskatchewan team may have had a chat beforehand how they want to set the tone for this race, and it seems like exactly what Cole mentioned. They're getting out and trying to push things here. A pair of Western athletes coming up as well. Hallie Nelson along with Coots.
A little bit of team tactics going on.
And Cole just mentioning there's some team tactics going on here. That's what we were wondering about as we take a look at the infield. Another jump.
So the women have come through 400. Avery at the front in a 69 second. So it's not as fast as these times that the women would have had to run to qualify for this event, but this isn't about times. This is about medals. They've done the hard work. This is about the hardware now.
And we've got about a minute remaining in this race as they come down here. We can see Coots starting to kick.
Chloe Coots is making a move quite early on. She doesn't want that kick from Pearson or Nelson, who we saw in the 600 yesterday.
And Swartz and Pearson trying to respond now as they bring it around the back.
The women came through in 1:44 for 600 meters.
About another 40 seconds here. Coots keeps on moving strong, coming through. Swartz now pressing into the lead. Swartz rips around the corner, creating some separation now. The 2 Western athletes switching off. Nelson attacking, trying to close that gap, and it is growing. Nelson keeping stride. That gap remains the same size. The first 2 separating themselves.
As we saw last night, though, it's not over until they cross the line.
Coming down the line, Swartz and Nelson. Swartz digging deep. You can see it on her face. Swartz is going to make it across in first place. Jenica Swartz takes it home.
Jenica has been having a breakout season. She's run excellent 1500s, an excellent 1K at Can West, taking home silver. She has just upgraded that to a U Sports gold medal.
And not in a mood to celebrate in that moment crossing the line. It's just pure relief. We can see them all embracing one another now, recognizing what they just went through, some smiles and perhaps some tears as well after that effort. It'll be Swartz, Nelson, Pearson medaling.
Agostinelli just behind them in fourth.
Agostinelli really did a lot of work in that final lap to get back into it. She is followed by Hillary Clark in fifth, Caitlin Harrison in sixth, Camille Boudreau in seventh, Chloe Coots in eighth, Cara McDonald in ninth, Grace Cook in 10th, Lori Desjardins in 11th, and Kayla Sanderson-Kirby in 12th.
And those team tactics, Cole, you were mentioning them there. What were you seeing as they worked together to try and advance?
You know, I think I was wrong initially. I did see the Saskatchewan team go out, take the lead as a pair, and maybe slow the pace down in the initial stages of the race. And then there was a move by Western Mustangs' Coots in the middle to pick up the speed and not want a second kick. That really livened up the race and made some moves. Hallie Nelson was an athlete that benefited from this, achieving a silver medal in a kick position.
I think it's worth noting that Jenica has run the 600 before as well, so our three medalists have all run 600s. They all have that speed.
And that was on full display here at the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. More action from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here at the University of Windsor coming up next.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Where exceptional student athletes are born, where records are broken, where great plays are made, where school colors ignite passion, where champions prevail, where tradition is celebrated. Ontario University Athletics.
Feel every hit, goal, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline, immersing you in the game like never before, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. We deliver unparalleled simplicity and tailor-made digital broadcasting solutions crafted to make you feel every moment in a way like never before. Our passionate team ensures your message reaches audiences reliably every time. Proudly Canadian, we bring a touch of innovation and our passion to the world stage. ISI Live, be there.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. Catch the best U Sports men's hockey teams as they face off in the 2025 BioSteel University Cup live from Ottawa. The action begins Thursday, March 20th at 1 p.m. on CBC Gem, CBCSports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Here at the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV, a race we have been looking forward to Dan Malta, Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, Brett Hedges, and Sarah Saeed. Down at track level, bringing us interviews throughout the event. And we can see on the screen right now the favorite in this event, Max Davies of the Guelph Griffins. He's gone with the bleached blonde hair.
I think he prefers platinum blonde hair.
Platinum blonde hair, okay. And you would have the inside information.
So as we saw prior to the women's race, they are in their 2 chutes again, and that just helps reduce the congestion. That's a lot of bodies. That could cause some falls, trips. We want to avoid all that. So they are lined up once again in the 2 chutes. On our screen, we've got Max Davies, Aiden Goslet, Adam Schmidt, and Jonathan Podbielski. They are our top 4 ranked athletes. And then in that bottom chute, we've got Ben Fox of Western, Samuel Hepworth of McGill, Justin Sanders of Western, David Waller of Victoria, Dylan Ferry of Guelph, Yasser Riyad of Laval, Tyler Sharp of Alberta, and Sasha Dernancourt of McGill.
And I understand Max Davies has a unique fueling plan here where he likes to take in some apple cider before a race.
You know, a warm cup of apple cider really just helps calm everything down. He's not doing it right before the line. I think he tends more to take in some nutritional supplements. But Max,
somewhere on race day.
Absolutely. No, Max is a reigning U Sports champion in this event. Last year, we also saw Podbielski come second to Max Davies. Max is the facility record holder, the OUA record holder, the U Sports record holder, and I did hear there might be a Canadian U23 record that he has his eyes on. We'll watch the clock after this.
2:21 last year. We're going to reset. False start. We'll try and figure out where that was.
Lining up beside Max Davies, Aiden Goslet of Dalhousie. He was silver in this event in 2023. Adam Schmidt beside them, the OUA silver medalist. He was 5th in 2024, 6th in 2023. This is a really star-studded event here.
Try and see if anybody in that front group.
Bit of a wobble there from Max's back leg.
So to clarify, that's going to be charged to the field, right? So no one's going to get disqualified for this. A second false start, whoever it is, would be disqualified. Oh, it could have been the back line here, yeah.
Runners back on their marks.
Oh, and a little, no, somebody wasn't still again.
I think that time it was Cameron Schmidt. What did you see, Cole?
Oh, I don't know. I was unable to see anyone in particular. I am sure now the nerves are at an all-time high.
Podbielski just ran over to his bag and grabbed another sip. Maybe an extra little dose of carbohydrates to carry him through this. Well, not enough time to cook an egg in the morning for breakfast. And there are some jostling right off the start as Podbielski made an aggressive move to get in front of Davies.
Goslet is also being quite aggressive off the start, tucking in right behind Podbielski. And Schmidt on the outside.
And the 2 Guelph athletes keeping pace. And now Davies kicking to the outside on the straight, trying to avoid the passes on the corner. He moves in right behind his teammate. Schmidt out in front. Davies trailing. Keep the pace moving. We'll have Sadie Jane keep an eye on the splits here and try and figure out what we're looking at here, what we could be finishing with.
So that opening 200 meters was a 27 high for Adam, followed closely by Max.
And Schmidt pulling the field through as we come through turn 1 here.
55 high through 400.
Guelph separating now. Davies with a kick on the back stretch. Davies moves in. Starts to put his foot on the gas pedal. Davies driving down. Can see the effort as they come by us at a broadcast position.
They've just come through 600 in 1:23.7. Max followed by Adam Schmidt, followed by Aiden Goslet and Jonathan Podbielski.
Goslet and Podbielski trying to pick up, close that gap. But Davies continuing to push. Davies and Schmidt putting in work as they come down. The bell lap.
All right, that was 800 in 151.7, 152.0 for Adam Schmidt.
And now Davies is pulling away. Davies really going for it here. Schmidt falling back a little bit. Looks like he's good for second.
Podbielski's making quite the move in third right now.
And here comes Davies driving through to the finish line. Davies takes a peek at the clock, gets across 2:25.6. We'll wait for the official time, 2:22.2.
Max Davies has set yet another U Sports record.
Just goes for it, getting across that line, and you can see him making eye contact with the clock on the wall.
We can see Adam Schmidt's arms start to windmill as he has also just run his absolute best. This is a best result for Adam. He's been a fixture in the U Sports 1K. This is his first U Sports individual medal as well.
Exhilarating race as we take a look at the back of the field. David Waller, Samuel Hepworth, Max Davies, Adam Schmidt, and then Jonathan Podbielski, 2:22.39.
Ben Fox of Western put in quite a bit of work in his last lap, closing in a 29 to move up into fourth spot. He was sixth going in with 200 to go.
Hearing some noise from the infield as well.
Yeah, the bar has been set up to 2:03. We've had a number of athletes clear that height. A number of athletes. Here's Alec Brent from Toronto with a good clearance at 2:03. Brent got fourth at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago. Here's Dax Turner. That's going to be his second chance at 2:03. And a little bar love, but Dax Turner will have a good clearance at 2:03 and move on to the next height. During that race, we saw Aiden Groot enter the high jump, and we saw Aiden Groot, the top-ranked athlete in this field, clear 2:03 on his first chance, looking very smooth as well. Let's send it down to the track for an interview with Sarah Saeed and the 1,000-meter record holder, Max Davies.
We'll catch back up with Sarah and Max momentarily, just so we confirm. And it looks like, just confirming with the truck, guys, are we good to go with Sarah?
All good, all good.
Okay, we're going to send it down to Sarah Saeed and Max Davies. An impressive time, an impressive effort. Sarah.
Congratulations, Max, on the win. And you also broke your own U Sports record today. How do you feel?
I feel really good, actually. The race plan went well. And yeah, the blonde hair helped, I guess. But overall, like, pretty happy, obviously, with the win. And that's the main goal, always, to win the race. And I wanted to get the U23 Canadian record, which is 2:19.6, but I fell a little short. That's why I kind of dove across the line there. I thought I could get it, but you know what happens. The number one priority is always the win. The time is just a bonus. So happy with the U Sports record, especially to break my own PB. So can't complain about a PB. So overall, really happy with the race. And sorry, my teammate Adam Schmidt, last year in U Sports, first U Sports medal ever. That was unbelievable performance. Got 1-2. My other teammate came 6th. So that's a lot of points for the team today, and just unbelievable race from all the guys. I couldn't be more proud to be part of this team and to run with my guys. Yeah.
Congratulations back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And Max Davies, a true competitor, crediting his teammates. Also wants more. I just wonder if he forgot to stop his Garmin when he crossed the finish line there.
Oh, no.
But some action going back to the infield. Brett.
Yes, the finals are just a few moments away from the women's long jump. Almost all of the athletes have gotten their 3 jumps. I believe Michaela May from Windsor, who won the long jump at OU's 2 weeks ago, she is on the runway right now with her 3rd jump of the competition. She needs to move up to get into the finals.
On your screen now, this was a quick run through from Corbin Dubois. He is not yet out of time to complete this jump. Did do a run through and will be on the clock to complete a jump.
So here's Michaela May from Windsor. She won gold at OU's 2 weeks ago with a jump of 6:13.
There's a second run through and a second fault for Corbin Dubois, University of Guelph.
5.78 the performance for Michaela May. That moves her into 7th place, and she will move on to the final. A clutch jump there, and that bumps Mylène Habash from Guelph out of the finals. Just a couple of athletes remaining to jump their final jumps in the preliminary rounds of the women's long jump. Hannah Haggerty and Sienna McDonald yet to go there. Wow, what a beautiful clearance from Calgary's Noel Vanderzees. Beautiful clearance at 2:03.
Let's take a look at this jump one more time from Noah. Look at the height he has. I'm sure he will contend much higher heights later on in this competition.
Here's the final jump from Hannah Haggerty from Saskatchewan. She jumps into 5.93. That'll put her in 4th place in the competition.
Caleb Nealing, University of Windsor. Second attempt at 2:03 is not successful. He'll come back for a third attempt soon.
So Hannah Haggerty had 2 faults prior to that jump. Her 5.93 puts her into 4th place in the competition. And here's Mason McGregor, second chance at 2:03, unable to clear. Mason got silver at the OUAs 2 weeks ago. Lost on a jump off to Caleb Keeling at 2:05, but he had put together a fantastic series. Sienna McDonald going to be the last athlete to jump in the women's long jump. She's going down the runway right now. Top ranked athlete at 6:23. That's a good jump into the pit. We'll see where they mark it. She's currently 7th with a jump of 5.88. So very close competition in the women's long jump. Celia Markovinovich from Waterloo in the lead at 6.17. Here's Age Jones from Guelph, 2:03, his second attempt. Unable to clear on that. He'll have to go dig deep on his third attempt later on. So 6.13 was the jump for Sienna McDonald on her last jump, the replay that we saw a few moments ago. So she's in 2nd place in the competition now. The top 8 has been settled in the women's long jump, as the AUS champ Blake Marchand waits to go at 2:03. There's Sienna McDonald. 6.13 puts her in 2nd place, just 4 centimeters behind Celia Markovinovich.
On screen now, you're looking at Blake Marchand from Dalhousie. This is his third and final attempt at 2:03. He'll need to clear this to remain in the competition.
At the AUS Championships 2 weeks ago, he cleared 2:02 to get gold.
Oh, valiant effort. Unfortunately, unable to clear this. He will exit the competition.
So next up will be Corbin Dubois from Guelph. So unsuccessful is Marchand. 11th place he will finish for the AUS champ from Dalhousie. So as Corbin gets ready for his next jump in the high jump, his last attempt at 2:03, the final 8 are being tabulated in the women's long jump. And here's Winston Clark from Western, just showing off some of the pole vault skills that we'll see there. Some of these athletes are pole vaulters, and some of these athletes are not pole vaulters. So we'll see what levels some of our athletes can achieve and get themselves some big points toward the end. Here's Corbin Dubois. Oh, Corbin, I thought he had it. It looked like his calves nicked it, and he will exit the competition at 2:03.
Let's look at this replay. I see Corbin with a big jump. Definitely the height required. Looks to be the heels on this athlete that clip the bar after he clears it.
Sometimes you just come up $1 short. And Corbin will exit the competition in 9th position. Caleb Keeling from Windsor on his last attempt at 2:03 as well. Looking to move up to 2:06. And Caleb Keeling unable to clear 2:03, and the OUA champion will exit the comp, and he will finish in 8th place. Currently, Mason McGregor, one last chance at 2:03, and he will get the slow clap from the infield crowd. Mason is good! And McGregor with a beautiful clearance at 2:03. A little bit of bar love there, but Mason McGregor moves on.
This here's a replay. Mason up, over, and bar stays.
Look, it might have seemed like the back of his legs may have grazed it as he went over the bar, but it sticks, and he will move on. Here's Age Jones from Guelph, his last chance at 2:03.
Getting some support from the crowd.
Looking to pick up some big points for Guelph. Looking to repeat as national champions once again. And Age Jones will exit the competition, unable to clear 2:03. So at 2:03, Blake Marchand exits and will be 11th. Corbin Dubois from Guelph is in 10th. Caleb Keeling from Windsor in 9th. Age Jones from Guelph in 8th. Mason McGregor cleared on his 3rd attempt at 2:03, so he is in 7th place, and these 7 athletes will move on to 2:06. So the officials will move the bar up. Let's turn our attention to women's long jump. Michaela May, who is in 8th position, is going to be our first jumper in the championship rounds of the women's long jump. Not quite sure if they're quite ready for us. Michaela's just starting her process now of going down the runway. So we'll probably have time to look at the opening jumps at 2:06 before she goes. So Dax Turner will be the next person to go in the men's high jump. At the Can West Championships 2 weeks ago, Dax Turner cleared 2:03 to pick up the Can West bronze medal. And here is Dax. And Dax unable to clear 2:06 on his first attempt. The PA announcer was just giving those in the stadium an update about the women's long jump. In a little while, we've got the women's hurdles final in about 10 minutes. Zach Courtney in the infield. So he'll get one more jump in, and then we'll switch over to high jump or to long jump. Here's Zach Courtney from Western, 2:06, first attempt. Big jump. Oh, you could tell he wanted to generate some speed on that run up there. He'll go and have a chat with his coach, maybe change his plant foot. Here's Michaela May from Windsor, OUA gold medalist. And an overtoe on her 4th round jump. So May has already secured some point, at least 1 point for Windsor. Currently in 8th place, Mally St. Germain from Sherbrooke Verte Or, 590. Shalina Wiley from Trinity Western also with 590. And here's Noel Vanderzee. Oh, beautiful clearance at 2:06.
Noel is currently maintaining a clear scorecard. We'll continue that and move on to the next height.
We'll take a look one more time. The Can West gold medalist, looking very smooth there. Here is Aiden Grout. 2:06 first attempt, looks very smooth as well.
Aiden also will be maintaining a clean scorecard as he continues his competition.
So Aiden is the top-ranked athlete in this field at 2:15. We did not see him at the OUA Championships, but he looks very smooth there at 2:06. Tristan Boateng from York will go next. Shalina Wiley from Trinity Western with a fault on her 4th round jump in the long jump pit. Here's Tristan. 2 weeks ago, he had the crowd on his side as he was trying to move up over 2:02. Here's 2:06. Tristan Boateng at 2:06. Very smooth, and he tells everyone, settle down, I ain't done nothing yet.
More to come. Look at this replay. Up, over, and I had some caution there with the feet, but he stayed clear.
Yeah, he did a really good job of tucking that left foot over the bar. Mason McGregor unable to clear 2:06. Hannah Haggerty from Saskatchewan just had a foot fault in the women's long jump as well. Handful of minutes away from the 60-meter final in the hurdles. We saw those athletes just over an hour ago. So that is the fault by Haggerty. On the runway now from Laval. And that is a good jump.
Alec Brent, University of Toronto, preparing for his first attempt at 2:06. Getting the crowd involved. Hopefully that'll give him the oomph he needs to get over this bar. Wow. Very clean clearance from Alec.
Got the crowd on his side, and he will move on to 2:09. Worth noting that 2:05 was the winning jump in the OUA Championships. And we've got 3 Toronto Varsity Blues from OUA have cleared that so far at the U Sports Championships. So big comp on display here on the infield. So that's Alec Brent. Right beside him, Mason McGregor. Dax Turner from Manitoba will now get his second attempt at 2:06. Unable to clear at 2:06 on his second attempt. In the long jump pin is Shalane Pritchard from Regina. It's a good jump into the pit for Shalane. And we'll wait for her measurement. Good form, attacks the board, arms out, drawing them forward as she lands. Here's Zach Courtney. Unable to clear 2:06 on his second attempt. Bar is still at 2:06. So Mason McGregor looking to clear 2:06 on his second attempt.
Off and away, McGregor. Oh. Close clearance there. Unfortunately does tip off the bar at the last moment.
Celia Markovinovic, the leader in the women's long jump, just landed in the pit. It is a good jump for her. The white flag goes up. Here's Mason on his second attempt at 2:06.
This will be a third and final attempt at the 2:06 height. Dax Turner, Manitoba. Big jump, and he's over. His competition will continue.
The CanWest bronze medalist has come to play today. He takes some 3 chances at 2:06, but he clears. Let's take a look here. So plants off his right foot. Beautiful bend, good hip height. And he will move on to 2:09. Zach Courtney will try to join him at this height on his third attempt at 2:06.
Lots of involvement here from the crowd. competitors too, willing to chip in. Big run up, Courtney.
He will exit the competition at 2:06. It looked like he had a good enough height on it, but maybe his plant was a little bit too far back for him to clear the bar there. His third attempt, Mason McGregor. We are in the 5th round of the women's long jump now. We'll catch up with that when the bar gets moved up. Here's Mason McGregor, last chance, 2:06. And he will exit the competition as well. Mason McGregor gets a big round of applause. He cleared 2:03, but unable to clear 2:06. He will finish in 7th place based on previous misses. Zach Courtney will finish 6th. And we have 5 athletes that will move on to 2:09. So as the bar raises there, we'll turn our attention to the long jump pit. Celia Markovinovich still in the lead there. Her last jump in the 4th round was 6:07. Michaela May from Windsor on the runway now. I believe her good jump from Celia there, 6:07. Last year's U Sports high jump champ as well. Looking to add a different gold medal to her trophy case today. We're going to take a look at Michaela May's 5th round jump before we step aside for just a moment. We've got the hurdles finals coming up, and we want to make sure that we time that correctly. Actually, maybe we should take a break now before the 60-meter hurdles. All right, well, we're going to step aside. This has been the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV from Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. We'll be right back.
Hey U Sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Coach Goes Your TV from Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse on the campus of the University of Windsor. We've got the men's high jump in the infield. We've got the women's long jump in the pits. And on the track, we've got the finals for the 60-meter hurdles that are being introduced right now. The bar is currently at 2:09 in the men's high jump. Aiden Groot's the only athlete to clear that height so far. Alec Brent going to line up his first attempt at 2:09. And then we'll send it down to the track. Here's Brent. Clears to 09, and the crowd erupts. Setting the tone for the 60-meter hurdle final. Why not? Here's Brent from Toronto. And the varsity blue with wonderful hip height. Good body control as he gets those legs over the bar. Let's send it down to the track. Dan and Sadie Jane, take it away.
Yeah, Brett, we do hope that energy translates over here to the hurdles, where we are going to be watching Sienna McDonald, of course, in lane 3. 8:09 in the heats. That's not her season best. We'll see what she's going to bring. She may be laid up a little bit at the end of that opening heat, but Rebecca Parker from the Guelph Griffins in lane 1, 8:51. Adanique Abiodun from Guelph, 8:38. Sienna McDonald, 8:09, was, as we mentioned. Maui St. Germain from Sherbrooke, 8.22. Timmy Adelugba from Saskatchewan, 8:43. Tyra Baug, 8:50. And Rachel Watson, 8:51. And they're out, everything clean. McDonald looking focused as he drives over the final hurdle. McDonald going through sub 8:7.94 unofficial. Adjusted to a 7.99.
That was just her race. The whole time it was just all about Sienna McDonald. It was amazing. It was such a clean run.
Maui St. Germain coming through in second. Sienna McDonald setting a facility record, U Sports record.
Her second U Sports record of the meet in this event alone.
Yeah, we saw that on the screen at the start of that 60-meter hurdle, the 8:15, the pre-existing record. McDonald broke that in the opening heat and then followed up with an incredible performance, 7.99. Maui St. Germain in second, Timmy Adelugba in third, rounding out the medals. So, Brett, did the energy translate?
I 100% think that it did. The men's high jump is heating up, and the action on the track is heating up as well. We've got a third attempt coming up for Dax Turner in the men's high jump. We've had a couple of faults in the women's long jump in the 5th round. Here's Dax, the CanWest bronze medalist. Can he move on? Unable to clear at 2:09. He waves to the crowd, gets a nice round of applause, and he will exit the competition. And a nice Canadian boy even says, I'm going to adjust the high jump stanchions as well. So he will exit the competition after clearing 2:06 on his third attempt. Here's another view of that.
Are we going to see Dax in another jumping event later this weekend?
We are going to see Dax in the men's triple jump tomorrow night, or sorry, Saturday afternoon at 2:35. So we will see Dax more this weekend. So Tristan Boateng from York with his third attempt at 2:09 coming up. He held everyone's attention in the OUAs a couple of weeks ago with some very stellar jumping. Now looking to maybe get himself into medal contention here by clearing 2:09. Currently in 4th place. If he missed this one, he would finish in 4th. So here is Tristan. Here is Boateng.
And he's over.
Incredible clearance from Tristan Boateng as he addresses the crowd and says in his best Maximus impression, "Are you not entertained?" And the bar continues to rise. We have 4 athletes that are going to attempt 2:12 in the next round. Unbelievable. So we're still a handful of minutes away from the men's 60-meter hurdle final. Shalane Pritchard just jumped 4:46 on her 5th attempt in the long jump. She's in 3rd place. A couple jumps left in the 5th round of that event. Before Noel Vanderzee goes, we're going to take a look at Shalane Pritchard. Didn't look like she hit all of it on there, so she just runs through the pit. It is a good mark. Right, here's Sienna McDonald running down the long jump pit now. Our second place athlete at 6:13. Here's Noel Vanderzee getting ready to jump 2:12 for the first time. So the CanWest champion.
Now this is dangerous territory, Brent. When we get to 2:12 and above, this is where only one or two athletes ever this year have made clearances. And we see Noel take his first attempt, and he has the height. Maybe some more textbook work to do with form and technique, but we'll make athletes make tiny adjustments with their coaches, look at the crowd, maybe get some enthusiasm. These are the tiny extra things that's going to take to get over these new heights.
Worth noting, Noel Vanderzee jumped 2:12 at the CanWest Championships 2 weeks ago to win gold. Here is Aiden Groot from Toronto, unable to clear 2:12. Yes, Sadie Jane?
So we can see that from the past 2 years, 2:12 would have been enough to come second in U Sports in the meet. And so how many men do we have attempting this height right now?
We're going to have 5.
We have 5.
Four.
That's more than we've had in the last 2 years.
So the field has been higher and higher throughout the years. Thank you very much, Sadie Jane. That's a wonderful point to make. 5th round jump from Sienna McDonald has not come up yet. Celia Markovinovic, 5th, just jumped to 590 to finish off the 5th round. Here's Tristan Boateng, first attempt at 2:12. Oh, Tristan looked like he had the height, but he just clipped it with his heels. So lots of good things to talk about with his coach as they go back and look at.
Boateng on the run-up. Absolute height there. Again, heels. He's been close on earlier attempts. Maybe he can clean that up for some later jumps.
Michaela May with her final jump into the pit. 6th round jump. Worth noting, Cole, that Tristan Boateng's season best before this meet was 2:05. So now he's attempting 2:12.
I guess the same could be said for Alec Brent, who's on screen now. He'll be attempting another PB for today, and can he be the first man to clear 2:12?
So the last jump for Michaela May, we saw that last jump from the Windsor athlete. She got 5:55. Her best jump, 5:78, will put her in 8th place at the U Sports Championship. Here's Alec Brent. Oh! Second athlete in a row that we thought we might see a clearance at 2:12 on their first attempt. The anticipation is building, Cole. I love it.
I agree. That's Brent's first fault of the day. Also tied for first with teammate Aiden Grout with his first fault at 2:12. All of these athletes will have 2 more attempts at the height, 2 meters, 12 centimeters.
Mally St. Germain from Sherbrooke Verte Or with a good jump in the pit. We'll wait for her measurement. Here is Noel Vanderzee, the CanWest champ. Second attempt at 2:12.
Oh.
And Vanderzee unable to clear at 2:12. So looks strong going into that. You can tell he's a little not quite sure. He's having a quick chat with his coach. And here's Aiden Grout, 2:12, unable to clear as well. So he'll have to go down to his 3rd chance at 2:12 to move on. All right, our finalists are being introduced in the men's 60-meter hurdle. Dan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Brett. Marcus Grant in lane 1 from the Western Mustangs. Adam Andre from Manitoba, lane 2, 8:06 his best time. Gregory Michel, one of the ones we're going to be keeping our eye on, one of 3 athletes to go sub-8 in this event. Michel, 7.92 from Sherbrooke. Tamari Lindo, the York Lions, 7.9. Keon Rude right beside him from the Guelph Griffins, and right behind him at 7.97s. And then on the inside lanes for us, outside lanes for everybody else on the track, DeAndre Williams, 8.11 from Western. Aiden Blaine from Western as well, 8-2-2.
Western with 3 men in this field. That's a great opportunity for them to pick up some team points here. We should keep in mind that the U Sports record is 7-7-7, held by Craig Thorne of Guelph from 2023.
An incredible time there. It'd be even more incredible if we see something just like that right now. And we'll keep our eyes on these inside 3 lanes, Michelle, Lindo, and Rude. Michelle, last to settle.
When the athletes get in their blocks, the track just goes silent.
Those moments we enjoyed yesterday as well, that quiet and then explosion when they do come out. Runner set. Coming through, Michelle has the lead. Michelle over the final hurdle, race to the line. It looks like Michelle is going to take it. Gregory Michelle, 7.84. What a time. Tamari Lindo, 7.86. And Adam Andre, 8 flat, coming through with the bronze. Tough race for Keon Rude as he caught a hurdle early.
Looks like he caught a few of them, unfortunately.
Pulled up at the end and showed an addition for high jump there, just leaping over that effortlessly. But Gregory Michel, what a race for him. Doing Sherbrooke proud, 7.84, best time of the season. Tamari Lindo, likewise with a 7.86 for York University. Lindo, a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to take home gold after that, but still something to be proud of there, claiming that silver medal.
Lindo upgraded his bronze medal from 2024, and Adam Andre upgraded his 9th place finish from 2024. But it is Gregory Michel with the gold medal.
And we'll send it back to the infield with Brett.
Oh, we thought that we had a clearance from Noah Vanderzee at 2:12. He cleared, and at the last moment, the bar wiggled off of its moorings. He looked very strong here on each of his attempts at 2:12. Look at the clearance on that. It is just the back of his legs. If he had gotten off the mat right away, he might have had a chance at it, but it falls, and he is out of the competition. Here's Aiden Grout, his 3rd attempt at 2:12, and he clears! So the top-ranked athlete in this field will move on to 2:15. Here's Grout, his 3rd attempt at 2:12.
We see big up, lots of air, clearance, and a clean kick to get over that bar. Big pump. He's got iron in his veins.
This is Shalane Pritchard from Regina in the long jump pit here, and she just jumped a 5.88 to stay in 3rd place. Great job by our crew to capture all this action at the U Sports Track and Field Championships. So here is Tristan Botang. Looking to join Aiden Grout at 2:15. And Botang unable to clear at 2:12 on his 3rd attempt. Big round of applause from the audience. So Botang, if he had cleared that, he would have at least clinched a bronze medal. Because he did not clear that, Noel Vanderzee will get the bronze medal based on previous misses. And we are 1 jump away to see if Alec Brent can join Aiden Grout at 2:15. So the Toronto Varsity Blues athlete visualizing there, taking his time. He has been clean on every single height prior to this.
Brent cracking a cheeky smile. Really getting into that visualization of what he wants to compete here right now. Brent utilizing the crowd to help him out today. And off he goes.
For a chance at gold. Oh! Alec Brent gets robbed by some bar love.
Let's watch this one more time. Brent, strong run up. Very clean plant.
That left foot.
Oh, and the feet at the very tail end of his jump. Brent will walk away with the silver medal.
Yes, so he is going to get the U Sports silver medal. Noel Vanderzee from Calgary will get the bronze, so big points for Calgary there. York Boateng, Tristan Boateng from York at 2:09 as well. Dax Turner from Manitoba in 5th. Zach Courtney from Western in 6th. Mason McGregor from Toronto in 7th. And Age Jones from Guelph in 8th. So big points being picked up from Guelph in this competition, or at least one anyway. And you never know, that point could be huge going into tomorrow. Here's Sienna McDonald from Calgary. Jumped a 6:25 just there to take a lead in the competition. So we just have one more jumper in the women's long jump. So this is Celia Markovinovich from Waterloo on the runway here. This is going to be the last jump of the women's long jump competition. She needs to beat 6:25. So Sienna, with that jump that we just saw on the replay, she has just broken the U Sports record in the women's long jump. So here's Celia looking to answer. And it is an over toe, and Celia will not have that jump measured. That means that Sienna McDonald is the U Sports champion in women's long jump, and she sets a new championship record at 6:25. Not a bad day for her, I'd say, right, Sadie Jane?
So if we count the 60-meter hurdle record twice, this is her 3rd U Sports record of the day. What can she do?
Yeah, we'll have to find out, right? Let's see if she can get some bobsled or something, right? So we are going to move the bar up to 225 for Aiden Grote. And so that would be...
I believe that's a record. The old record, currently standing at 2 meters, 24 centimeters. Aiden Grote will have 3 attempts at a new U Sports record in the men's high jump.
Both the U Sports and facility record is held by a U of T alumni, though. Oh.
So good gauge on that first height there. He is going up by 10 centimeters, or sorry, by 13 centimeters, right? He just cleared, it took him 3 attempts to clear 212. So a U Sports record on the line here for Aiden Grote. And it took Jennifer Elizarov her 3rd chance at 4:35 as well last night to get. So we're going to be patient with our field athletes here. The men's HEP pole vault, I believe, is going to get underway shortly. It looks like Noah Dimash is the first athlete there. I believe this is still warm-ups, though.
Dimash up and over. Easy
Okay.
clearance from him.
So that is the first clearance of the men's HEP pole vault event. Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, very good point, Sadie Jane. No limping, no grimacing at all for Noah Dimash there. Looking very strong. Good to see. We did see him fault in the men's high jump, so maybe some energy conservation there, saving himself to try and get some big points in the heptathlon here. So while we wait for Groot to do his 2nd attempt at 225, I'll go over our finalists in the women's long jump. Sienna McDonald with a new U Sports record of 6:25 is the champion. Celia Markovinovich from Waterloo at 6:17 in silver, and Shalane Pritchard from Regina. She was in the pentathlon yesterday, and now she picks up a bronze medal in the U Sports long jump at 6:03. Mally St. Germain from Sherbrooke, 6:01. Fiola Tijofo from Laval Rouge et Or, 5:99. Hannah Haggerty from Saskatchewan, 5:97. And Shalina Wiley from Trinity Western, 5:96. Michaela May from Windsor, 5:78. Congratulations to those athletes and Sienna McDonald on a new U Sports record. The bar is at 363 in the men's HEP pole vault.
That was Logan Koch, who you just watched. A miss at 363. He'll be back for 2 more attempts.
Logan Koch enters the competition with 3,567 points with 2 events remaining. He ran an 8.40 in the 60-meter hurdles earlier. And he won that event. Had the fastest time, picked up 884 points. Now, the man of the hour, Aiden Groot. Second attempt at 225. What would be a U Sports record? Unable to clear. Let's have a conversation with his coach and move on to his third attempt at a U Sports record. On the runway now for the men's Hep pole vault is Tristan Misha. Looks like Tristan's going to be the next athlete to attempt a height in pole vault. And while, I'm sorry, the 300 meters. Yeah, let's get down to action at the track. Take it away, Dan.
Thank you very much, Brett. Yeah, 4 in this first heat of 3. Julia Valet from Montreal, best time of 38.81. Amy Stye from Lakehead, 38.75. Favor Okpali, one of our athletes to watch to get things started. Bronze medal last year at U Sports. Tyra Bogue from Western as well, 37.97. Her best. So they're lined up 100 meters back of the finish line, right in front of our broadcast position. As we take a look at the high jumpers, some reflecting, one regrouping, getting set for a third attempt. As the runners are set, ready to go for the 300, the first heat of the women's 300 meter. Coming down the track, Tyra Bogue, chased by Favor Okpali as they curl around, taking space. Looks like one runner is pulled up already.
That'd be Julia Valle of Montreal.
Okpali stepping through, taking the lead, and separating now. Favor Okpali trying to set the tone in this event. Digging deep, coming down the line, keeping our eye on the clock. Okpali battles through. 38.06. Tyra Bogue coming through in second. 37.79 the official time. 2 sub-40s.
So Favor's celebration is warranted with her time of 37.79. That is so close to the U Sport record of 37.35, which was set back in 2005. Here we see Favor crossing that line after running an excellent race.
And battling from behind to come through in second, Amy Stye.
Amy Stye, we saw her in the 600 yesterday. She had an excellent last 50 meters, and Tyra Bogue also ran a wonderful race there. But it's Favor with that 37 clocking.
Really impressive. Looks like high jump has wrapped up. Back to Brett.
Aiden Groot was unable to clear his third attempt at 2:25. He was attempting a U Sports record. No matter to him, with his clearance at 2:12, he secures the U Sports gold medal. So big 10 points for Toronto for getting first and second in the U Sports Track and Field National Championships. So in men's Hep pole vault, we've had a number of athletes clear 3.63. We had Tristan Misha clear 3.63. We had Logan Koch clear on his second attempt of that height, and now the bar will be moved up to 3.73. So now it's going to be the women's high jump event shortly after this. Sorry, women's shot put. Sorry, women's high jump is tomorrow. Women's shot put is going to start at 6:40. So a long time for those athletes to get ready here. We should be on time. There's Jared Hendricks Pollock on your screen. He's gone back to the bandana, Dan.
That's what we're tracking closely here.
So 3.73, and Jared makes that height look very easy.
And impressive, the volunteers here, how fast they're clearing out this infield prepping for the shot put as we get set for the second heat of the women's 300. Tegan Wallace from the Western Mustangs in lane 3. Paige Willems from Saskatchewan in lane 4. Georgia Oland from the University of Calgary in 5. And Nicole McKenzie, the Guelph Griffin, in lane 6. The best time from the group so far this season, 37.81 from Georgia Oland, the Calgary Dino.
So we have all 3 medalists from this event last year in this heat. McKenzie won, Willems was 2nd, Wallace was 3rd, and then we're adding in Georgia Oland, the Can West champ. So all 4 of these women are very capable of making a final here.
Runners set and off as the quiet escapes us. Coming through, Nicole McKenzie on the outside, pushing with Oland gaining. Oland taking some space, closing the gap, coming into the final turn. Oland holding. Looks like she'll have the lead coming out of the bend, but maintaining pace. Nicole McKenzie. McKenzie and Oland to the line. We're going to have to wait and see what comes up on the board. That was too close to call. Georgia Oland, 38.58. Nicole McKenzie, 38.60. Take a look at them crossing the line. The determination on the face of Nicole McKenzie as she gets through there.
So these athletes are looking for the top spot in each heat, which will earn them the auto-qualifying spot in the final, but then the next 5 fastest times will also qualify for the 300-meter final. And you might be saying, wait a minute, how can we have that many athletes in the final? They're going to run an A final and a B final. Medals can be won out of any heat, though.
They'll regroup.
So that's a look at Georgia Oland, who was the U Sports Community Service Award winner this year.
In the third heat coming up, Helen Rose Ikpotikin from the UPEI Panthers, Grace Igbicki from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Gabrielle Cole from the Guelph Griffins, and Diana Proctor, one of our athletes to watch to get things started.
Diana Proctor is coming into this event as the OUA champion, the U Sports Rookie of the Year, and she was 5th in the 60-meter yesterday. She's with her teammate Gabrielle Cole, who was 2nd in the 60 meters yesterday.
And a silver medalist at the 2024 World Athletics U20s, the 400-meter Diana Proctor. Bronze at the 4x100 in the same event.
Helen Rose Ikpotikin from the UPEI Panthers was the AUS champion.
We just take a look at some highlights from the infield.
Yeah, that's Max Mazerol from Moncton. Clears 3.73 on his opening height in the men's hep pole vault. Tristan Misha just before that cleared 3.73 as well. The height now goes up to 3.83. Men's long jump is going to start warming up, and that will go at about 6:30. Women's shot put in the infield at 6:40. Down to the track.
The runners getting set on their marks now for the final of the women's prelims heats. There's a nice look at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse, jam-packed. A great atmosphere here on Friday, day 2. Following up on what was a great opening day as well. We hope to see more records set throughout this weekend, and the 300-meter third heat is off. Diana Proctor, Gabrielle Cole, the 2 Griffins driving around the outside. And catching them now on the outside is Grace Igbicki.
She was the Can West bronze medalist 2 weeks ago in this event.
Igbicki taking some space back, but Proctor and Cole keeping their foot on the gas pedal. Coming down through here, the two Guelph athletes keeping it tight to the line. Proctor will take this one home, a time of 38.76. Adjusted to 38.48. 38.65 for Gabrielle Cole.
It's another look at the Griffin athletes crossing the line nearly side by side, with Gabby doing a quick shoulder check to make
Both
sure.
looking really smooth, though, coming across the line.
Absolutely.
And what does that tell you when you see that in an athlete in the heats, when they've got that composure, there's a little bit more in the tank? What does that tell you about where they're at today?
I think it looks at their experience. Oh, here we have Noah Damash on the screen, taking an attempt and clearing his attempt in the men's heptathlon pole vault. But I think for Gabby and Diana, they train together, they race together, they've gone through the heats together. We can see that they've both made it through to the final. So with the big cues, we have Favor Okpali of Western with her clocking of 37.79. Diana Proctor of Guelph with her time of 38.48. And Georgia Oland of Calgary with 38.58. Those are our three big cues. And then rounding out the final, Nicole McKenzie of Guelph, Gabrielle Cole of Guelph, Paige Willems of Saskatchewan, and Grace Igbicki of Saskatchewan, as well as Tegan Wallace of Western. So there will be 8 women in the final.
So the women's final scheduled to go at 7:55 p.m.
She had a personal
About 2 hours to recover. Get some fluids, get some fuel.
I would imagine maybe a massage or a chiropractic adjustment to make sure that everything's moving well.
That's Colin Karcher-Dawson letting everyone know that he's in the field house today. One of the most enthusiastic athletes I've ever met at the University of Windsor, cheering on some of the athletes that are warming up for the 300. On the runway now for the men's hep pole vault, that is Jake Neufeld. And Tristan Misha behind him. And pardon me, that's Logan Koch from Saskatchewan. Jake Neufeld will not enter this competition until 4:23. So we're going to see Logan Koch a few more times. All right, let's take it down to Sarah Saeed at the trackside with a U Sports record holder, 3-time record breaker today, Sienna McDonald. Take it away, Sarah.
All right, Sienna, U Sports record for you today, 6:25 in the long jump. How does it feel?
Feels pretty great. Honestly, coming into it, I was feeling pretty bouncy, so it's just nice to get a good jump in.
Yeah, what does it mean to you? You said a 4th year here at the U Sports Championship. How's that?
It feels really nice. I'm excited. I've got one more year left, so hopefully next year I can break down some of the records I set this year, and yeah.
Thank you. Back to you.
Well done, Sarah. That is another look at the championship and U Sports record-breaking jump of 6:25. Here's Tristan Misha at the 383, unable to clear at that height. So the bar will be continually raised throughout the competition here. 13 athletes in the men's heptathlon pole vault event. About 30 minutes time, we'll have the women's shot put in the infield. Men's long jump is warming up as well. And that will finish up competition in the field tonight. Those 3 events will be going on simultaneously. And we will keep an eye on that as the night progresses. Worth noting that in the women's shot put, there will be a para-athlete in the start list, and she will just be at the end of each round. An F46 ambulatory athlete there. Katie Pegg from St. Mary's. So a little bit of a track break here before we get ready for the men's 300 meter. On the runway now for Western. That is Winston Clark with his first height coming up at 383. And
Clark up and over the bar. A little bit of an odd look on his face past the clearance. He'll move on to a greater height.
2 weeks ago at OUA's, Winston Clark cleared 4:05 in the pole vault section of the HEP. And when my results come back up, I'll tell you how he did at OU's. Here's Samuel Udding. We saw him have a tough 60-meter hurdle to begin the day. Looking to have a big performance in the pole vault to make up for some lost points. And this is attempt at 383. And Sam, as he's coming down, clips the bar. We'll have to have another chance at that height.
Heading over to the men's 300-meter prelims. There's Thomas Helen of the Western Mustangs. He'll be in lane 4. In lane 3, Philemon Henoch from the Toronto Varsity Blues. Dawson Mann of the Manitoba Bisons. In lane 5, Daniel Earls from the Trinity Western Spartans in lane 6.
Daniel Earls took home the top honors at Can West 2 weeks ago, with Dawson Mann of Manitoba also in this heat, claiming silver there.
In this first heat of 3, Earls, based off of what you just said, Sadie Jane, the fastest time in this group. Dawson Mann, second fastest, with 33.57 to Earls' 33.49.
The time that I'm sure a few of these athletes have in the back of their head is 32.89, which is the U Sports record set in 2019 by Austin Cole.
They're rolling through these heats nice and quick. No time in between. They're sticking on schedule very well here. We're off to the start of Heat 1. As they bring it around and down the stretch, Daniel Earls certainly pushing the pace on the outside. Earls with a significant gap. It'll be tough to close for Dawson Mann. Dawson Mann trying to close that gap coming around this bend. We'll get their eyes on them as they come in front of our broadcast position. This is going to be a battle to the line, and it's going to be Dawson Mann from the University of Manitoba.
He qualified for the 600-meter final yesterday. He'll run the 600-meter final tomorrow. Qualified for it yesterday and just earned an auto-qualifying spot to the 300-meter finals. He had such composure during that race. He looked so smooth the whole time. Henoch from Toronto also had a great run, making up his stagger early on to finish in 3rd.
Sending it back to Brett.
One thing I wanted to just mention about Dawson Mann, we saw him in 2 separate races yesterday as well. We saw him in the 600 and the 4x2. So busy weekend for Dawson Mann here as he reaches the 300-meter final.
He's doing his best to earn Manitoba some points for that team title.
They were second last year on their home track. The bar is still at 383 in the men's HEP pole vault. Here's Tristan Misha with his second attempt at this height, and unable to clear at 383. For context, we're at 383. Our top-ranked athlete in the men's HEP pole vault will not enter the contest until it's at 443. That is Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu. So we could be here for a while. Let's send it down to the track.
Luca Nicoletti in lane 3 from McGill. Season best time of 34.32. Jafar Fujo from the Alberta Golden Bears, 34.18. Ben Tilson, the Windsor Lancer, 33.93. Aaron Thompson from the Western Mustangs, 33.45. And Tilson causing some excitement here yesterday.
So Luca Nicoletti is the RSEQ champion. Aaron Thompson happens to be the U Sports Community Service Award winner. And Ben Tilson, we saw him run at OUA's 2 weeks ago in a multitude of events, and he'll be the home crowd favorite.
So that hometown favorite, Ben Tilson in lane 5.
We'll see a good matchup between Tilson and Mann tomorrow in the 600 final, and that was Samuel Uddings of Guelph on pole vault.
Another jump on the infield. And Thompson, you can see him visualizing and locking in for this race.
And our fourth athlete in this heat, Jafar Fujo of the Alberta Golden Bears, came fourth at Can West 2 weeks ago.
Aaron Thompson, the fastest time this season here in the field for Heat 2 of the men's 300 meter. Here at the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here on the University of Windsor campus. I'm Dan Malta alongside Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, Brett Hedges. Also up here in our broadcast position, perched up high here at the Fieldhouse, Sarah Saeed. Field level. So we hear some noise from the infield right before the start of this heat. Thompson, very aggressive to start. On that outside lane, he keeps pushing. And coming out of that turn, Thompson looking really good. Ben Tilson right now in second, but in an outside lane. We'll see what it looks like when they come back around. Tilson chasing down Thompson. Thompson's got a gap here. Thompson takes it. Tilson in second. 34.11 for Aaron Thompson. Ben Tilson a 34.52. Jafar Fujo 35.04. Luca Nicoletti 35.36. And the results for Heat 2.
So currently Luca Nicoletti is sitting in that final time qualifying position for our final later this evening. Dan, as you said, Aaron Thompson just got out hard and ran because he has to stay in his lane for the whole race, and on the outside lane he can't see anybody. He doesn't know where anyone is.
Hey, racing yourself in a situation like that.
We can see Aaron getting some congratulations from the men's 60-meter champion, Emmanuel Onyema.
Send it back to the infield.
Yeah, there's Noah Dimash going to line up his first attempt at 3:93. While we were in the 300-meter, we saw Tristan Mischke clear 3:83 on his third attempt and get the crowd going on the infield before that previous heat. We've got our men's long jump athletes warming up in the pit. That's about 10 minutes out, and we've got women's shot put warming up in the infield as well. That is scheduled to start at 6:40. So Noah Dimash at 3:93, he's going to take a significant run up here. And Dimash is cleared at 3:93.
A lot of emotion for Dimash, overcoming the injuries he was dealing with yesterday.
This guy is a spark plug, Dan. Like, he is all energy all the time. 2 weeks ago at OUAs, he put on a show in the high jump, clearing 2:02. And the sellies were just as exciting as the accomplishments there as he moves on to the next height.
You could tell he had some color to him and some excitement when he did his fault jump in Birkenstocks.
Yes.
But we get set for the third heat. The men's 300-meter prelims. On the outside there, Josh Duckman, 33.43, his season's best time. He'll be in lane 6. Ryder Rattay from the Alberta Golden Bears, 33.93. Andy McMullen from St. Mary's, 34.36. Carter Teal from the Guelph Griffins on the inside, 34.14.
Josh Duckman is coming into this as the OUA champion. Carter Teal, the OUA bronze medalist. Andy McMullen, who I believe we saw in the 4x200 meter prelims yesterday, also happens to be the AUS champion. And Ryder Ratty of the Alberta Golden Bears is the Can West Rookie of the Year.
Out the gate, we'll see them fly by. Duckman chugging through, Rattay right on his back. Duckman on that outside lane. He's got to deal with the same thing that his teammate Aaron Thompson did in Heat 2. No eyes on the competition, so he's just racing against himself, pushing this to the limit, trying to make sure he can qualify, getting through with this win in the Heat 3. Duckman looking good coming around the bend, holding the lead, tracking down on him, Rati, and it's going to be Duckman holding on. 1, 2, 3, 4 from the outside in. Duckman, Rati, McMullen, and Teal. 34:19, the official time for Duckman. Rati, 34:39, 34:81 for McMullen, and Teal a 35:02. Here's a look at the results one final time as the heats have wrapped up for the men's 300 meter. Coming up later this evening, we'll have the men's 300 meter final here in the BioSteel Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here at the University of Windsor. We'll be back with more action.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Hey you sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
We've seen the high jump so far today. A lot of athletes with a ton of bounce, but if you want a little more of that, CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. The best U Sports men's volleyball teams will battle for the 2025 U Sports men's volleyball title March 21st through to the 23rd from the University of Brandon. Catch the action exclusively on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Now welcome back inside the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. We'll send it back over to Brett Hedges with the pole vault.
In the men's pole vault, that's Max Mazerol clearing another height of 3.93. He is from Moncton. He is the AUS champion, and he will move on to 4.03. Here's Dejon Clark from Trinity Western. He actually had a fall during the warm-up. He looks very clean there as he clears 3.93. And we'll move on to the next round. Danny, you talked about bounce in volleyball. We've actually got the OUA championships going on the other side of the facility here today. Windsor has already clinched their position at the championships, looking home to take their first OUA championship tonight against Queens. In the women's pole vault, women's shot put, that's still about 15 minutes away. The men's long jump competitors are being introduced on the far side of the field. That competition about to get underway in about 3 minutes. Here's Winston Clark from Western, unable to clear 3.93 in the pole vault. That is his first miss at that height. He was the last person to attempt 3.93. There are finalists in the men's long jump. I will go through the list of athletes in this field. Dante Isidore from St. Mary's, Robert Gerstner from McGill, Zach Courtney, who we just saw compete in the high jump an hour ago, Logan Spicer from Guelph, Joshua Foster from the Carleton Ravens. They compete in the RSEQ, worth noting, team out of Ottawa, but they compete in the RSEQ. Here's Olivier Bousseau, and he clears 3.93, the RSEQ champ. Isaiah Baker is in the men's long jump field with a seed mark of 7.29. Owen McNeil from Windsor, 7.30. Okumo from Trinity Western, 7.30. Graham Hutchison Campbell, this is the replay of Olivier Bousseau, with a good clearance at 3.93. Also in the field for the men's long jump, there's 14 athletes. Eric Chi from Toronto, 7.36. Ryan Denman from Toronto, 7.36. Armin Shazadi from Western, 7.46. Jonathan Jacob from Guelph, 7.54. And the favorite to win this event from Western, Kenneth West, he jumped 7.99 for an OUA record 2 weeks ago.
On your screen now, you should be looking at Logan Koch of Saskatchewan. This will be his second attempt at 3 meters, 93 centimeters. Off he goes. He had the height there. I think he'll be back for a great third round attempt.
The bar still at 3.93. The athletes in the men's long jump are getting their final instructions from the official on the far side of the field house.
This is Koch, Saskatchewan. Unfortunately does knock down the bar. We will see him come back for a third round attempt soon.
So Tristan Misha on the runway for Windsor now. Thank you very much, Cole, for that analysis. Misha, coming into day 2, was second overall. He maintains his second place positioning in the early goings of the pole vault, and he clears 3.93, looking very smooth on that delivery. Second attempt at that height, and he clears, and he will move on to 4.03.
It's a long ways up, Brett.
And he looks very smooth. Lost out on the podium at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago by 1 point. Looking to maybe change his fate at the U Sports Championships. Those are our women's shot put athletes. They are going to be introduced in just a few minutes. They're still about 13 minutes away from start time. 6:40 their allotted start time. Winston Clark on the runway for pole vault. And he clears 3.93. Winston Clark will continue to raise the bar. So after clearing 3.93, each of those athletes will receive 598 points. Here's Clark from Western. Good clearance at 3.93. Yes, Cole?
Really good to see from Winston Clark there. What an excellent Mustang. He was unable to finish the men's heptathlon a year ago in Manitoba. It was the pole vault event where he no-heighted and then had to exit the competition. To see him come back 1 year later, make some heights, and continue in hopes to finish that 1,000 meters for a final placing. Now on your screen, you're looking at Logan Koch, Saskatchewan. Third and final attempt, 3 meters, 93 centimeters.
He's unable to clear this. He would finish in 9th position, but there are a handful of athletes still yet to go. On the bar, unfortunately, will land on Logan Koch, and that is where he will exit the competition with a clearance of 3.83. He'll get 570 points for that clearance. Worth noting, Samuel Udding, like you said, we were talking about him a little earlier. He cleared 3.83, and he has decided to skip 3.93 and go straight to 4.03. So A little bit of energy conservation maybe there. Jake Neufeld, Edouard Lavoie-Boyot, and Quinn Cameron and Emmanuel Deslet still yet to enter the competition in the men's heptathlon pole vault. There's Noah Damash. Seems to have shaken off any of discomfort that he had in that left knee earlier today. We saw him no mark in the men's high jump competition to save some energy here. We're assuming. That is the first jump of the men's long jump competition. Robert Gerstner from McGill with the first jump there. Noah Damash coming into, well, currently with that clearance of 3.93, Damash in 6th place. So really tightly bunched up group of athletes here in the pole vault. So a lot of these athletes will be able to separate themselves based on their performances here in this event leading into the 1,000 meter. So Robert Gerstner from McGill with a measurement of 5.12. We saw Dante Isidore jump a 6.50 just before that. Zach Courtney from Western with his first jump. So we'll keep an eye on that competition as it continues. Of course, 3 preliminary rounds for all of the athletes in this field. There are 14 athletes in the men's long jump. Noah Damash unable to clear 4.03 like you saw on your screen. He'll get another 2 chances at this height. Doesn't seem to be too worried. Has a quick chat with some of his teammates and coach, and he'll go back on the runway. So Zach Courtney just jumped 6.99 in the first round, 6.99. Just 3 jumps into the men's long jump competition. On your screen now is Olivier Bousseau from Laval, the RSEQ champ.
The official has given him the floor.
So warm-up still underway in women's shot put, 10 minutes away from their introduction. We've got some athletes gathering on the track for, I believe, the 3,000 meter coming up. And Bousseau unable to clear 4.03 on that second attempt. And that is just the first attempt for Bousseau at 4.03. With the 3,000 meter on the track, let's take it away, Dan.
Thank you very much, Brett. This is the final for the women's 3,000 meter. 2 shoots, 1 turn stagger. Sadie J.
That means that our athletes are going to be lined up based on their rankings coming in. We'll have 4 in the outer chute and the remainder of the field on the inner chute, and they will stay in those boxes until they get around 1 corner, at which time they'll be able to cut in and run in whatever lane they want. It'll probably be the inside lane, but you never know. Race tactics could be whatever they are.
Yeah, and in the top spot coming into this, Sophie Coots from the Western Mustangs, and 21-year-old fell less than 2 seconds short of Olympian and former Western Mustang Kate Current's school record of 9:08 in Boston just recently, back in February.
Sophie happens to be the top returner in this event as well, where she earned a bronze medal in 2024 and a silver medal in 2023.
Now her time of 9:10.40, that's more than 10 seconds, well, exactly 10 seconds to the second ranked Marisha Thompson from Victoria, 9:20.38. Then it is Madeline Abergen from Windsor, Sophie Black from Moncton, Anna Morariu from McMaster, Anna Carruthers from Western, Mia La Rochelle from Laval, Alicia Alkerton from Queens, Eileen Benoit from St. Francis Xavier, Alexa Lemitra from Laval, Caitlin Trelevan from McMaster, Olivia Roussel from Western, and Elisa Freelink of the Victoria Vikes. Send it back to Brett.
Worth noting for Mandy Ibergen from Windsor, she was the OUA individual champion and OUA runner of the year at the OUA championships 2 weeks ago. She separated herself from the field halfway through and cruised to victory to take home the OUA championship.
Absolutely. Madeline Ibergen, also the OUA cross-country champion. She was the U Sports bronze medalist over 8 kilometers. And as Brett just said, we saw that speed translate to the 3,000 meter 2 weeks ago where nobody could match her.
You're going to want to settle in for this one.
It's not that long.
A little bit less than 10 minutes. Yes, it's.
And they're off. We'll see what sort of race tactics play into this. I mean, it could be a sit and kick. It could be string it out. We have 3 women who have separated themselves in the rankings with the 9:10 and 9:20 clockings. So we'll see how they decide to play this, because I'm sure they all want to come home with a medal.
Now, at what stage?
Oh, sorry, on the back corner there, we just saw a bit of shoving, a few arms in the air. People not happy with how bunched up that pack was.
And running in a group like this, it's a skill in itself. I know the runners are training like this all the time, so it becomes second nature, but there's some jostling that's going to happen, especially in competition, and it's part of it. Now, at what stage, we'll send it over to Cole for just a moment.
I'll just mention some things I've seen as they've gone through one lap. From what I can tell, these ladies have really slowed down to a slow jog, and they're waiting for someone to make a move, and here it comes. Madeline Ibergen of Windsor goes to the front and begins to set an injection of pace.
Can put a hurt in at this stage in the race, and we're about 1/9 through the totality of it. Ibergen keeping this pace coming around this bend.
We just talked about race tactics, and as Cole said, a little bit of an injection of pace, but the pack is still all together. Oh, and it's Olivia Roussel, a Western Mustang. She is a 4-time All-Canadian in cross-country, also moving up into 4th place. Coming up on the shoulder of 3rd place right now, but they're still all together. I would say this is still a sit and kick race.
At what stage do you make the determination that this has changed, that the energy has changed in this group, or when do you expect it here, tactically speaking?
I think whoever decides to make a change is going to just have to be confident. So when they're feeling most confident about it, at OUAs we saw at 1,500.
Coots just took a bump and took a look over her shoulder with a bit of a sharp stare.
Sophie was second to Madeline Ibergen at OUAs. I have heard that she doesn't really want it to be a sit and kick again, but we'll have to see, as they're comfortable following Madeline Ibergen, letting her do the work, and then she doesn't know what anyone behind her is doing unless she's able to take a look up at the screen. So,
and a lot of people at home, if you're going out for a jog, you might shut your brain off. These athletes don't have the opportunity to do that for 1 second here. It is a little bit under 10 minutes where you are focused and dialed in, focusing on everything, your breathing, your foot strike, everything, where you are, who's around you, who's surging. And still in first is Ibergen. Coots just keeping pace, step in step, almost moving at the exact same cadence around the track.
some other athletes to watch in this field are going to be Sophie Black of Moncton. She's the AUS champion and the AUS Female Track Athlete of the Year, as well as the RSEC champion Mia La Rochelle of Laval.
Everybody looking composed still as we hop over to long jump. Solid jump there as they come around the bend right in front of our broadcast position. You can see the pack starting to thin out. And Cole, the comment.
One thing I've looked at the last 2 laps that have occurred is our leader, Madeline Ibergen of Windsor, can see the large screen within the facility. I think she does have some information of what's going on behind her, and hopefully she'll use that to her advantage if there was a move being made sneakily behind her.
That's something that you don't get to do in every single facility, but especially coming down this back stretch. We'll keep our eyes on Ibergen's eyes as she does loop this corner. Sophie Coots remains tucked in there in second.
The pack came through 1 kilometer in 3:19, so just under 10-minute pace, but a far cry from what these women are capable of running and have run. But again, as we said, it's not about the time, it is about the medals.
Entirely different, really, abilities and skill sets in these two types of races, right? the ability to surge at the end versus the ability to maintain throughout.
We've got women coming up from the 1,500 meters. We also have women coming down from cross country in the longer events like a 5K or a 10K.
Would you be able to say who this strategy helps out, the shorter distance or the longer distance runners coming down to this in the middle?
I think the slower the race is for the majority of it, the more benefit you have to those speedsters with the legs in the 1,500. And if it was a longer, drawn-out, steady effort, I think we would see some of the endurance runners start to shine a bit more. I mean, they're all endurance runners, and they're all going to shine. Don't get me wrong, but it just plays to different strengths.
Cool.
Maybe a late move here, coming in with 6 laps to go soon. 7 laps to go. We do have a separation with Windsor, Western, Chase Pack with Laval, Victoria, and McMaster.
Yeah, out front, that's Madeline Ibergen and Sophie Coots, as it has been for the entirety of the race, and they are building a pretty significant gap now. We're 5.5 minutes into this race. Still events going on around the field house. Western with the jump there. And now gapping up into the mix.
That's Mia La Rochelle, the RSEQ champion from Laval.
La Rochelle has a pretty daunting gap to make up there, and she's fighting to get in there, separating herself from the rest of the group there, maybe trying to lock in a podium position at this stage, and a little bit over 3 minutes remaining here. This is time to just think about it. What can I do in 3 minutes' time? Is 3 minutes' time really that bad? Dig down and give you everything you got. And I know a lot of distance runners, 1 lap at a time. If you think about it entirely, this can be daunting. Breaking it down, are you focusing on each individual lap here?
You're probably focusing on each individual kilometer until you get to that last kilometer, and then that goes by so fast, and it'll be each lap. And so we can just see they've come through 2 kilometers. Madeline Ibergen in 6:23.50, with Sophie Coots right behind her in 6:23.78. And the athlete from Laval, Mia La Rochelle, has closed the gap to just 3 seconds. She crossed in 6:26.25.
And by my eye, trailing by about 30 meters is La Rochelle. Ibergen and Coots continue to pull. This will be a duel for the final 2 minutes. We'll wait and see if Coots decides to make a move. Does she have it in her to make a move? Is Ibergen going to be able to hold on here and just keep pushing this pace and take this race, make it her own? Took the lead early, has been holding on. Looking through to the backpack, it's Alicia Freelink bringing up the rear. Sophie Black, Olivia Roussel working from last backwards. Alexa Lemitri, Caitlin Trelivin, Anna Carruthers, Anna Morrow, Marisha Thompson, Eileen Benoit. That brings us then to our first 3. Mia La Rochelle just passing us. Madeline Ibergen and Sophie Coots still battling up front.
They were 1-2 in the OUA 2 weeks ago. We'll see if that order stays the same. Ibergen followed by Coots, or if there's a switch up. You never know. There is 3 laps remaining. Oh, they're coming in actually to 2 laps remaining, it looks like. 400 to go.
And now the question changes from, is it 3 minutes of hurt down to 1 minute of hurt? What have you got for this final minute?
You can see that their cadence has picked up. Their arms are swinging more. The women are running faster than they have been because it's the last 400. On the outdoor track, that's just 1 lap.
And La Rochelle showing the effects and the hurt of this race. In third, holding on there, but starting to bring it up a little bit, 4th place. And now coming around the bend, we see the pace really starting to pick up. Ibergen with Coots right on her heels. Coming down through into the bell lap, Ibergen. And this place will erupt. Madeline Ibergen, can you hear the noise coming from the Go Lancers corner?
We were talking about athletes coming down from cross country or up from the 15. Ibergen has qualified in the 1500 in her own right. She has that speed.
She has gapped it. Ibergen feeding off the momentum. La Rochelle having some issues, but Ibergen has taken this one, feeding off the crowd. Madeline Ibergen pushing through the line. U Sports Gold Madeline Ibergen as she raises her fist to the air. Sophie Coots coming through in second. An emotional embrace after crossing the finish line for the hometown favorite here in Windsor.
Madeline Ibergen, the OUA champ, the U Sports cross country bronze medalist, now the U Sports 3,000 meter gold medalist. Her splits were 3:19, 3:04, and 2:57 for her final kilometer. What a cut down, a negative split. That was awesome.
Really impressive, rounding out the podium. Sophie Coots in second, 9:26.45 her final time. Mia La Rochelle closes out with a 9:43.58 in third, and the second Western athlete in the top four, Anna Carruthers. And we can see these athletes sprawled out on the track. This is the last lap, and look at the face of Ibergen.
She's only looking at that finish line.
And that would have been an instance where Cole mentioned she might be able to take a peek and see, but she didn't care. She kept on surging. You could see her eyes dart to the left a little bit, but the emotion in here, you felt it building. I know Brett can speak to that. A Windsor athlete coming through here and winning. How much does that mean?
I mean,
pardon me, Brett, a Windsor broadcaster, Cole, a Windsor athlete.
Well, for Madeline, 2 weeks ago, she ran a very similar race, and it looked like Coots was going to try and cut back on that gap because Madeline was able to pick up that gap halfway through the race. This time, Sophie did a great job of keeping it close to the final lap, but Madeline showed that burner speed that she has, why she was able to win the individual gold at OUAs last year. So just a fantastic race from her tactically. I loved what Cole said about the video board, being able to see where the opponents are, because if you didn't have the video board, you might be checking left and right and might not have a gauge of where that athlete is. I think she used everything that was available to her advantage to win.
Is this a rare instance, home track advantage here? She knew the facilities?
Certainly exciting in my opinion. Tough way to run, front running. A lot of the effort was done through her. But I also want to give some congratulations to Sophie Coots of Western for finishing in the silver medal position. A little bit of bumping early on in the race, had to give some looks back and assert herself where she wanted to be. And then following up, Mia Lacheroel of Laval Rouge-et-Or, finishing in that bronze medal position. Did a lot of that run solo. Good for her to stick to it and come out on top with bronze.
And Anna Carruthers of Western did a lot of work to close that gap on Mia La Rochelle of Laval, but ultimately it was Mia who held out for that bronze medal.
We saw La Rochelle get tangled up a little bit there as well near the end of the race, but kept her composure, kept moving. We just saw the introductions for the women's shot put in the infield. We'll turn it back to Brett.
Thank you very much, Dan. While we were watching that 3,000 meter, we've had a number of athletes competing in the men's heptathlon pole vault. The leader after 5 events, Jared Hendrick Pollock, has gone out of the competition at 3:93. So has Noah Domash. Winston Clark is going to line up his third attempt at 3:93. Quinton Bousseau, Tristan Misha, Sam Udding, Quinn Cameron, and Max Mazerall will move on to the next height. Let's send it down to Sarah Saeed with the 3,000 meter winner, Madeline Ibergen from Windsor.
Madeline, 3,000 meter race. You won the OUAs and now first place here at the U Sports National Championship. How does it feel?
Really good. It feels really good. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're winning here at home around all your Lancers. What does that mean to you?
It means so much having everyone here. Just going around the corner, they're just so loud and everybody's cheering me on. It's really amazing.
And then you started with high jump and then you made your way onto the track. That's how you started your track and field career. What is it, when you look back at where you came from to now and all the success you've had, what does that kind of say for you?
I mean, I wasn't expecting to be here winning the 3K, but it means so much to me, more than just winning. It's the comeback that really means a lot to me.
Congratulations, Madeline. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Let's take a look at our replay of our last clearance at 4:03. Winston Clark from Western looking to pick up some big points in this event. Last chance at 4:03, and he clears it to move on to 4:13. In the men's long jump competition, we are in the second round. currently leading in that category is Kenneth West of Western, jumped a 7:33 in the first round. Armin Shahzadi from Western in second, 7:25, and then Oki Okumo from Trinity Western, 7:24. That is Owen McNeil from Windsor, jumping into the pit. His first round jump was a fault, and he will get a measurement on that second jump. No, they're going to say his second jump was also an overtoe. So Owen McNeil will have to rely on his third round throw to try and advance to the final. Here's our first look at women's shot put. We saw the field of athletes getting introduced earlier in just a few moments ago during the 3,000 meter. Entering the circle now is Katie Pegg from St. Mary's. She is our ambulatory athlete. So she will be the first athlete to throw in this competition. Nice rotational shot put from the left side, with the left hand. And she throws it right in the middle of the sector for a good mark. So Katie Pegg from St. Mary's in the F46 category for women's shot put. We just saw Okumo in the pit for Trinity Western. He's currently in third place. That is his second jump. So 14 athletes in the men's long jump field. So we'll have 42 preliminary jumps, and then the top 8 athletes will get 3 more jumps. Here's Alina Olsen from Trinity Western. Glide attempt in the women's shot put. Walks at the back of the circle and will get a measurement. So Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan has entered the competition at 4:13. He was unable to clear that height. Allison Edwards from Calgary, round 1 in the women's shot put event. Here's Edwards. We saw her compete in the women's pent yesterday. Pardon me, with the bar now set at 4:13, the athletes that are entering at that height will get their warm-up. So we just saw Edward Lavoie-Beaulieu do his first run on the runway. So we'll keep an eye on that competition as it continues. So the men's competitors in 3,000 are getting instructions from the official. This is Eileen Nordum from Trinity Western with her first round throw. It's a good throw from Eileen. And she will get a measurement on her first round throw. So still getting a measurement at the 4:13. Here's Jaden Luna from the University of Windsor. She's the OUA bronze medalist. Through 12:22 at the OUAs 2 weeks ago. She also competed in the pent at OUAs. Here's her first round throw. And Luna with a solid throw in the first round. All right, second round is underway in long jump. Eric Chi just jumped a 680. The bar is still being set at 4:13. I will keep an eye on the infield and take it away, Dan and Sadie Jane.
Thank you very much, Brett. We've got another final in the 3,000 meter, and you see right there in the center of your screen, Alec Purnell, the favorite in this event. His best time this season from back in December, 7:54.72. That is good enough for a U Sports record by about 5 seconds, one that was set back in 1996, Jeff Schiebler. So that could fall in this race right here. So he's the top rank coming into this. Jared Housey from the UNB Reds, 8:01.36, his best time on the season. Jude Wheeler-D from Queens, Jonathan Podbielski from Regina, Nolan Turgeon from Sherbrooke, Jacob Benoit from Dalhousie, Thomas Laviolette from Montreal, Roman Mironov of the Queen's Gales, Will Cox also from the Queen's Gales, Daniel Damien from the Victoria Vikes, Felix Quirion from Sherbrooke, and Brett King from St. FX, Yamani Mulageta from the Trinity Western Spartans rounding out the field.
So this is the longest event we have in U Sports, 3,000 meters. We have a lot of men who competed in cross country competing in this event here today. 9 of them were all Canadians. That means they were in the top 14 at cross country. Notably, Jared House of UNB was silver at the 2024 U Sports Cross Country Championships. And Jonathan Podbielski, who we saw in the 1 kilometer, he's going for a triple this weekend. He was 3rd place in cross country.
And he's familiar with running the triple events, obviously having some success in Can West in the 1,000, 1,500, and 3,000.
Absolutely.
And I do have a note for the viewers watching on the Cogeco network. If you are in Kingston, Windsor, or North Bay, and you're hoping to watch some Ontario Hockey League action, the Frontenacs at the Knights, the Spitfires visiting the Rangers, and the Battalion taking on the Brampton Steelheads, we will be joining those games in progress at the conclusion of this race. If you are hoping to continue watching the track and field, hop on over to the CBC Gem app or CBC Sports on YouTube. We are underway here. And in the women's race, we saw them feel one another out. It was more of a duel against one another more than a duel against a record. We don't know what we might see here. Alec Purnell obviously poised and ready to set a U Sports record here. Right now falling in and just working with the group.
Given that a number of these men are going to be returning for the 1,500 meters tomorrow, it's probably in their best interest if it's a sit and kick race so that they're not burning the engine too hot before they try. But as we say that, we see Alec Purnell start to separate himself, followed closely by Podbielski, Wheeler D, and House.
Also action continuing on the infield. And now you can see some escalation here coming around this bend. And here's what Cole was talking about. They've got an opportunity to take a peek at that video board and see what's going on. But Wheeler D trailing in behind Alec Purnell. And Cole.
Jude Wheeler D. Alec Purnell and Jude Wheeler D are both sub-4 in the mile. Dan, I know you talked about that earlier, and they joined that elite club with Max Davies. Currently sitting in 3rd is Jonathan Podbielski. 1/100th of a second above the 4-minute mile barrier. Your top 3 men can run a slow or fast race. We'll have to see how they pick it up in these laps to come.
And yeah, they're following in there, and this is starting to spread out here as we work into this about 2 minutes into the race. The gap growing from front to back, but still not a lot of separation anywhere to be found. No distinct gaps. Purnell holding on to the front, though, taking a pull.
Alec ran his first 3K back in December of 2024. He used to compete in the 1K and the 1,500. Now he'll be competing in the 1,500 and the 3K. And he's followed by Jude Wheeler D, who's an OUA cross-country champion and a former U Sports champion in the 1K back in 2023.
A lot of different skill sets coming together here. Purnell just holding on. We've seen brief spurts, but they appear to have settled back into a pace here. But the two at the front starting to build a minor gap. Podbielski leading the pack in behind, but now stepping through.
The men have just come through 1 kilometer in 2:50 for Alec Purnell.
Jacob Benoit moving through into 3rd. Podbielski right there with him. And Wheeler D now feeling some heat in behind. Perhaps hard to hold the heel of Alec Purnell. Purnell, as Cole mentioned, doing hard work at the front of this race. And what is the challenge for that, Cole? I know that you're racing against yourself. You're not chasing something. Sometimes it is easier to have that horse in front of you that you're chasing.
If you're following a leader, You can zone in to what they're doing, easy to track what's going on, and you can make a move without the knowledge of other athletes. Alec, who's leading this race right now, is kind of running blind. You know, he knows he's capable, but he isn't necessarily worried about a time today. It's all about position, so he's going to try and hold on as long as he can.
Now Wheeler D.
Running at the front for Purnell isn't all bad, though. He can avoid the traffic that we see. Some of these gentlemen are 4 wide right now. Some people might get boxed in when they want to make a move. Alec has the freedom to run wherever he wants to run and stay out of trouble.
Yeah, everybody staying nice and tight. Beyond midway in this race. You can hear the crowd starting to make some noise. You guys did mention that right around this stage in a race, the building starts to get excited. You start to feel the energy as a runner. That translates as well. A little bit of feed from the crowd. Pushing through Benoit, the Dalhousie Tigers. Keeping pace and putting pressure on Jude Wheeler D. And now Benoit takes a step to the front. That sends a ripple down the pack. See the feet starting to kick a little quicker. Coming down this back stretch, getting the support from the crowd. Benoit setting a tone here. Six laps remaining. Jacob Benoit holding on. Jude Wheeler D been in the mix the entire time. Alec Purnell initially carrying this race beyond the first half.
Benoit, Wheeler D, House, and Laviolette, the men who round out the top 5, including Alec Purnell, were all in the top 10 at cross country, at U Sports Cross Country this past November.
And there is a gap now, or a spread through the pack. It has really thinned out. First 5 is what we're probably tracking here as they start to separate.
We can see Podbielski sitting in 6th, just outside that front pack in his second race of the evening.
Benoit putting in work, but looking calm. A little bit of pain showing on the face of Alec Purnell. Wheeler D showing his cards a little bit as well. That grimace coming through here.
The men have come through 2 kilometers in 5:40, which is a darn near even split from what they've done. It was 250.2, 250.6 for Jacob Benoit at the front here. Very even race so far.
And now Purnell drives, coming down through, followed by Wheeler D. Benoit slides back into 3rd. Purnell putting the pressure on now, taking it down the back stretch, the front 2 separating. And now a move into 3rd. Thomas Laviolette pushes past Benoit. Laviolette joining the front 2. Benoit responds. Purnell, Wheeler D trying to spread it out again. Shrinking and growing this pack of 4 at the front. Moving like an accordion. And now the front 2 really take off. Purnell and Wheeler D. They start to pull away. Coming down to it, we can really see the pain here. At the end of 3,000 meters, it's going to be Alec Purnell pushing it into the bell lap.
As Cole mentioned earlier, Purnell and Wheeler D are sub 4-minute milers. They both have the speed for the end of this race.
Purnell, he's got a gap. Wheeler D doing his best to keep pace. Does he have a surge in him? Wheeler D going to the outside. Purnell feeling the pain. Wheeler D takes a peek over his shoulder, lays up. Alec Purnell, U Sports Gold here in Windsor.
Wow, his first 3K in December, and now he is the U Sports Gold medalist.
We're going to take a quick look at these guys crossing the line. And Purnell trying to catch his breath here. You can see Purnell digging, did not care who was behind him. Wheeler D took that peek and knew he had second locked in. And for everybody watching in Kingston, Windsor, and North Bay, you'll be joining some OHL coverage. For everybody else watching, we'll be back. You're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. We've got 3 field events going on simultaneously. We've got women's shot put, where Shalane Pritchard will enter the circle. She's currently in 6th place in the competition. Leading right now is Liv Sands from Western with a throw of 15.25, looking to win the 3rd U Sports Championship there. And now let's send it down to Sarah Saeed in one moment after this throw with our 3,000 meter champion, Alec Purnell. Take it away, Sarah.
Alec, you broke a record for McMaster this year for the 3,000 meter, and now this first place here at U Sports National Championships. How's it feel?
It feels amazing. Yeah, this is my first year running the 3K actually. This is my 3rd ever 3K. ran one for the first time back in the beginning of December after the cross-country season, and it went really, really well. That's when I broke the McMaster record. And from there, I was like, I guess I'm a 3K guy now. So it worked out this season. I'm really happy about that.
I saw your teammates gathering around you and cheering. What are you guys going to do to celebrate?
Well, I got a 1,500 meters tomorrow, so I'm probably going to get some dinner and head to bed to get ready for that. These guys got the 4x8 tonight, so I'm sure they'll go out and have a good time. But tomorrow night after the 1,500, we're planning on hitting Caesars Casino. Yeah, have a good time.
Thank you, Alec. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and our 3,000 meter champion, Alec Purnell. These are our medal presentation of the day. And Sadie Jane, what are we awarding here today?
1,000 meter medal awards. So receiving the bronze medal was Avery Pearson from Saskatchewan. Receiving the silver medal was Hallie Nelson of the Western Mustangs. And receiving her gold medal is Jenica Schwartz of the Saskatchewan Huskies.
Talk to us a little bit more about Jenica Schwartz's season. You said fantastic stuff.
Absolutely. It's been an incredible season for her. I had the privilege of racing her in a 1K, and she absolutely crushed the race. She's had some great miles. She's had a great 1500, picked up a couple of Can West medals 2 weeks ago, and now she just topped off the season with a gold medal in the 1,000 meter.
So in the circle right now, this is Liv Sands.
And sorry, Brett.
Pardon me, that could be a championship level throw right there. Her first round throw was 15:25, but she walks out the front and will not have it measured.
I do have to ask the question that everybody was thinking right there. Who won that race?
I have a few more years on Jenica, a bit more experience, but she did run an excellent race.
And some more awards being given out.
Yes, as men's pole vault continues, that bar is at 4:23. Olivier Bousseau and Tristan Misha have bowed out of the competition, and now this is our
60-meter
hurdles.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Timmy Adalugba from Saskatchewan taking the bronze. That's Mallory St. Germain from Sherbrooke with the silver. And then Sienna McDonald, who joined Sarah Saeed earlier, taking home gold as we head back to the infield.
Thank you very much, Dan. Sienna McDonald getting her gold medal for that 60-meter hurdle. Record-breaking stuff. Broke her record in the prelim, broke her own record in the final, and then broke a record in the long jump as well. What a day for Sienna McDonald. Here is Max Mazerol from the Moncton Blue Eagles. He clears 4:13. We'll move up to 4:23. Sienna McDonald in the middle there. Winner of our 60-meter hurdles. And she will also be getting her first team All-Canadian plaque as well as a nice U Sports sweater. Here's Alina Olsen from Trinity Western, currently in 8th position. We're at the beginning of the 3rd round of women's shot put. We are also in the 3rd round of the men's long jump as well. Getting down to the nitty-gritty in that competition. We're at 4:23 in the men's pole vault, where we have 4 athletes that are, actually 5 athletes that are still in the competition.
And right now the winners of the 60-meter hurdles, Adam Andre from Manitoba, the bronze, Tamari Lindo from the York Lions, silver, and Gregory Michel from Sherbrooke, 7.84. Great time to take it home.
Allison Edwards in the circle now for Calgary. Currently in 11th position, looking to make the final by being top 8. Men's pole vault is at 4:23. DeJean Clark making his way down the runway. And a beautiful clearance at 4:23 from the Trinity Western Spartan. So he will move on to the next height. In the long jump pit, we got the slow clap going. It's like Armin Shahzadi from Western with a good jump there. Armin currently in 5th position. Prior to that jump, here is Eileen Nordham from Trinity Western. Glide technique on that throw. Used to be a solid distance. She'll get a measurement on her 3rd round throw. Armin Shahzadi just jumped a 7:31 to move into 2nd place in the men's long jump behind Kenneth West. Here is Winston Clark from Western. Pardon me, I believe that's Quinn Cameron. And this is from the men's weight throw earlier today. That's Graham Wright from Manitoba getting his gold medal. The man to his right, Wesley Ezzy from Alberta. And completing the Can West sweep is Swellesley in 3rd place. Joshua Swellesley with a 3rd place throw. So Graham Wright was a walk-on the track team when he first started at Manitoba. Now is a U Sports champion.
Brett, going back to the end of that event, all the Can West athletes embracing one another as well. A lot of camaraderie coming over to the OUA here, and in Windsor.
Yeah, I've actually never seen a group of throws athletes from one conference kind of huddle up after a competition before and like congratulate each other. Really special, kind of the bonds. These guys compete against each other all year round. Why not have a congratulations and, you know, give an attaboy to those competitors. In the circle now from the University of Toronto is Vok Arujakpour. She's been at the U Sports Championships a couple times in either weight or shot put. Did not qualify in weight this year. Got her way to the U Sports in shot put. Here's Samuel Udding, first attempt at 4:23. He skipped 4:13, so that is his first jump in quite a while. So he will recalibrate and move back to 4:23. We've got the slow clap for Kenneth West in the long jump pit here, our top-ranked athlete. OUA record last 2 weeks ago was 7.99. Let's see what Kenneth West has in the tank. Third round jump. And Kenneth West is right near 8 meters, but he overtoes. The red flag went up immediately. And Kenneth West is in first with a jump of 7.54. But he will take 3 more jumps in the championship rounds amongst the top 8. So here's Janae Shomechuk from Lethbridge, the Pronghorns. Got silver in the weight throw yesterday. Big yelp with that throw. Janae's season best of 970, which she threw at Can West in the weight throw, was the second furthest throw in U Sports history. So this girl's got a lot of power to boot, and she puts a good throw there. 12.62 with her third round throw. She puts her in second place. She won the Can West at Can West shot put as well. Through 2 rounds, Brianna Asiyama from Carleton is in third place, and she's in the circle right now. So Carleton, their campus is in Ottawa, but they compete in the RSEQ. That's why we did not see them 2 weeks ago. Asiyama with a beautiful throw on her third round toss. So the prelim round for men's long jump is finished. So they will tabulate the top 8 and they will go in reverse order. Person who is in 8th will jump first, and person who is in first will jump 8th. On the runway for Western, we'll actually take a look in the shot put circle. Kira Comfort from Saskatchewan. Here's Kira Comfort. That's a nice throw for the Saskatchewan Husky. Currently in 5th place. We'll wait for that measurement. It's a beautiful clearance at 4:23 by Quinn Cameron of Western. So that is Comfort that we saw just throw 12.21. That puts her in 5th place in the competition. Pardon me, that was Winston Clark that just missed 4.23. Quinn Cameron is also going to attempt this height. This is Quinn. Pardon me, Quinn was the first person that cleared 4.23. The second athlete was Winston Clark, who second attempt at 4.23 failed. That is Shalane Pritchard from Regina. Currently in third position, or currently in third round. She's in 6th position. She was ranked 4th in the country coming in with a PB of 13.75. .744 is the lead jump in the men's long jump competition through 3 rounds. Here's Sam Udding from Guelph, his second attempt at 4.23. We have 6 athletes remaining in the Hep pole vault. Actually 9, so we've got Manny Deslitz as well, and Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu has not entered the competition yet. There's Chelsea McIsaac from Dalhousie, the AUS champion in weight throw and shot put, currently in 4th place prior to this throw. Chelsea's actually from London, Ontario, and so during her reading week the last 2 years, she's gone to Team Challenge in the first week of February during her reading week. She'd go home for the reading week. She would come to Windsor for a Team Challenge meet and then fly back home to Dalhousie. Here's Jessica Giamfi. She's the OUA silver medalist. That's a good rotational throw for Jessica Giamfi of Ottawa. Rich Johnston's crew. Here is Emmanuel Deslitz, third chance at 423. And that is his opening height, and he clears it. A big sigh of relief. Look at Manny on the mat, and he said, oh my goodness. He's really happy that he cleared 423. That is the height that he entered at. So had he not cleared that height, he would not be eligible for ranking in the total competition. So a big sigh of relief, and he exhales as soon as he clears that bar and pushes it there. So good job for Manny.
Speaking of Manny, a year ago, U Sports Manitoba, he actually no-heighted in the men's high jump portion of the heptathlon. Had to exit the competition due to that result. Good to see him here back 1 year later, being competitive and making a height in the men's pole vault.
Now this is Winston Clark with his third chance at 423, unable to clear, and he will exit the competition. That throw that we just saw from Liv Sands was 16:05. She solidifies her lead in the women's shot put. The record 16:05 for Liv Sands. She improves on her first round throw of 15:45. So that is the final throw of the women's prelims in shot put. The top 8 will be tabulated and we'll come back for 3 more throws. In the long jump, we've got a slow clap going. Sam Udding is on the runway for pole vault, but he will let long jump go first. That is Ryan Denman from Toronto. And now Samuel Udding will take his next attempt at 423. That was Ryan Denman. He with a foot fault on the long jump. That is Sam Udding, unable to clear 423. And that is his third attempt at that height. He will exit the competition after clearing 403. He skipped 413. So he will get 626 points for his effort. Winston Clark cleared 413, so he gets 654. Manny Deslitz, after clearing 423 on his third attempt, will at least get 623 points. Quinn Cameron the same as Dejan Clark, Jake Neufeld, and Max Mazerol. So now, actually, we're still 2 heights away from Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu entering the competition. He plans on entering at 443. Edouard is the top-ranked athlete in this field in the U Sports rankings. Scored over 5,100 points in a heptathlon early this year. Did not compete in the hep at the RSEQ championships. But he's got himself a good feeling heading into the pole vault here. Let's look at the long jump.
This is Graham Hutchison-Campbell from the Manitoba Bisons. Big jump, waiting for the flag now. It is white. He will get a measurement.
That looks to be over 7 meters from our perspective. Here's Katie Pegg in the F46 ambulatory shot put. This is her 4th round throw.
Hutchison-Campbell getting a measurement of 7 meters, 14 centimeters.
7:14 for the Manitoba athlete. That will put him in 5th place. 6 athletes have jumped over 7 meters. Actually, all 8 athletes in the final have jumped over 7:17. Eric Chi from Toronto did not make the final. He jumped 7:07. Here's Manny Deslitz from Western. And he clears 4:33, looking very strong on that vault.
Manny building up some great momentum here. Able to clear 2 heights in a row now.
Looks to be settling down, getting into the zone here. Here's Alina Olsen from Trinity Western. This throw is 11:22 for the TW Spartan. In the circle now is Jessica Jomfy from Ottawa, OUA silver medalist. That's a good throw for Jomfy. And she will get a measurement.
Yeah, and they got the 2 on. And he doesn't have his bleach blonde hair. Sorry, platinum blonde hair.
Yeah, thank you. His mom did it. So
This is Quinn Cameron on the runway for Western.
That's very 12-year-old hockey player.
Quinn missed his first opportunity at 4:23, cleared on his second. This is his first attempt at 4:33. And that is a run through, so that will be a fault for him. This is Shalane Pritchard, currently in 7th place in the women's shot put. This is her 4th round throw.
A little bit of a push-through technique there, and she walks out the front. Brett, can you talk to me a little bit more about what some of the throwing techniques are that we're seeing in this women's shot put final?
So traditionally, you may see a glide technique, you may see a spin, a rotational shot put entry, or you could see a step back. A lot of it is so athletes can generate speed going through the circle and put their feet at the power position at the toe board, and get a good power position and generate that through your hips, body, and arm, and release for a good measurement. Here is Shalane Pritchard walked out the front, as we said.
This should be Comfort.
Kira Comfort from Saskatchewan. And that's a good throw for Kira. She'll walk out the back. Here's Max Mazerol from Moncton. And he clears 4:33, looking very strong in the pole vault event. The AUS Hep champ. We had a slow clap in the men's long jump, but that is a over toe by Armin Shahzadi from Western. Kenneth West on the runway now for Western. Here's Dejan Clark from Trinity Western. Had a couple good clearances prior to this height. That is his first miss at 4:33. Here's Asiyama from Carleton. Brianna currently in 5th position, using the rotational shot put, and she'll walk out the front of the circle, not have that throw measured. She'll stay in 5th place for the time being. Kenneth West down the runway in long jump. And that
was a big one, Brett. Waiting for the flag still. Appears to be white.
That's close to 8 meters. That's good. So let's take a look at.
Lots of celebrating on the track. Still waiting for a result upstairs.
There's Dejan Clark on our screen. Here's Kenneth West. Attacks the board.
Look at the fans even. They know something we don't.
And the officials are taking a considerable amount of time measuring this, so could be something significant. Here's Janae Shomechuk from Lethbridge. She walks at the front of the circle and will not have her throw measured. So the official measurement for Kenneth West still upcoming. And another run through at 4:33.
We'll keep you posted with this Kenneth West distance. Currently he has a PB of 7 meters and 99 centimeters. That is a world-class jump. Would bring him to the NCAA finals this year if he was competing somewhere in the States. He'll be looking to crack that 8-meter barrier for the first time ever.
That was Chelsea McIsaac we saw in the circle for Dalhousie. She's currently in second place with a throw of 13.56. She was the AUS champ in weight throw and shot put. So what is the final measurement for Kenneth West here? The record's 7.88. So looking to confirm a record here, I believe. He looked like he landed right near the 8-meter mark. Liv Sands with another throw here. Here's Liv. She's leading with a throw of 16.25. She actually competes in the World Indoor Tour as well in the shot put. Prior to the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago, she was in Prague on the Thursday, flew home and then threw on Friday and Saturday, the OUAs. So 7.88 is the official mark for Kenneth West, and that will tie a U Sports record set back in 2010 by Christopher Greenway of Ottawa. Kenneth set the facility record 2 weeks ago at OUAs with a 7.99. Now he's got a U Sports championship record of 7.88, a tied championship record with a couple of jumps to go. So congratulations to Kenneth West on setting a new standard here. Katie Pegg from St. Mary's with her 5th round throw in the F46 ambulatory shot put event. And Katie throws it right in the center of the sector. So 4.33 is the height at pole vault. The slow clap going on in the long jump.
Logan Spicer, University of Guelph, did just jump. He achieved the red flag and will not get a measurement.
So he'll have to wait.
Fault on round 5, excuse me.
Yes, he'll have to wait for his last jump, see if he can bump up from 8th. This is the start of the 5th round. After Kenneth West completed the 4th with his jump of 7.88, a new U Sports record. Here's Alina Olsen from Trinity Western. Currently in 8th position. She's kicking off the 5th round here. 11.97 is her 5th round throw. Olsen's best is 12.17 so far. Here's Jessica Jomfy from Ottawa with her throw of 13.32 last round. She moved into 4th place. And that's another good throw for Jessica.
Ryan Denman, University of Toronto. He gets a nice 5th round jump in.
Deshaun Clark making his way down the runway for pole vault. And he clears.
Good for Clark.
Clark is good for 4.33. And he will move on to the next height. Quinn Cameron from Western, unable to clear 4.33 on his 3 attempts, so he exits the competition. Here is Clark from Trinity Western.
Long ways up and well clear. We should be seeing more of him at greater heights.
So with the bar going to move up to 4.33. Here's Shalane Pritchard in the women's shot put, ranked 4th coming into the event. With the bar moving up to 4.33 in 4.43 in pole vault, we will see Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu enter the competition, as well as Jake Neufeld, after he just skipped after clearing 4.23. Shalane waiting for her measurement, 11.92 for her.
Joshua Foster runs down the long jump area. He has a white flag. He should get a measurement soon.
From the Carleton Ravens. Here's Kira Comfort from Saskatchewan, currently in 6th position. And that's a good throw for Kira. Kira with a best throw of 13 meters flat. Looking to improve on that to increase her placing. Joshua Foster from Carleton just jumped 6.88 to put himself in 6th place. Brianna Asiyama from Carleton, currently in 5th place. Best throw of 13.29. Faulted her last round's throw. through 13:29 in the second round. It's a good throw for Brianna. Manny Deslet's unable to clear 4:43 on this first attempt. He will go back to the drawing board, try again. Asiyama, 12:53 for Asiyama. She'll stay in 5th place for the time being. Here is our top-ranked athlete in the men's hep pole vault. That's Edouard Lavoie-Boyot. Has the top overall heptathlon score in Canada this year with over 5,100 points. Competed that early in the season. He competed in 4 events at the RSEQ Championships last weekend, or 2 weekends ago. Now this is his opening attempt at 4:43 in the men's heptathlon pole vault. We'll see him in the individual men's pole vault event as well tomorrow. Here's Edouard. Looking very smooth at 4:43, and we'll move on to the next height. Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we return, more action from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse. You're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. We'll be right back.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Feel every hit, point, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline. Our passionate team unlocks a world of possibilities with digital broadcasting made simple, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. Proudly Canadian, ISI Live, be there.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory. The lights are bright, the stakes higher. This isn't just a game, it's the moment. Hydrated, focused, ready to win. Powered by BioSteel. Welcome to Championship Weekend.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here at the University of Windsor. CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. Catch the best U Sports women's hockey teams as they face off in the 2025 Miller Waste Systems U Sports Women's Hockey Championship in Woolwich, Ontario. The action begins next Thursday, March 20th on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, CBC Sports YouTube, and U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Dan Maltasady, Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, Brett Hedges, and Sarah Saeed down at track level bring us all the action, and I'll send it back over to Brett with some action from the infield.
Thank you very much, Dan. We've got 3 separate field events going on right now. We've got women's shot put. This is Jessica Giamfi from the Ottawa GGs. She's currently in bronze medal position, and this is going to be her last throw in the 6th round. So Kenneth West just started to run up in the men's long jump, but he will go back and redo his run up. Here's Max Mazerol from Moncton, 4:43, unable to clear. couple of athletes have missed at 4:43 so far. We saw Jake Neufeld and Manny Deslitz and DeJean Clark. And now Max Mazerl have difficulties at 4:43. Kenneth West, currently in first place, he is going to be the last person to jump in the 5th round. Sadie Jane, what do you got for us?
As we've mentioned, at OUA's 2 weeks ago, Kenneth West won with an incredible long jump of 7.99. The Canadian indoor record for the men's long jump is held by Damian Warner, set in 2022, and it is a mark of 8 meters 5 centimeters. So Kenneth is 6 centimeters off that record right now.
What did that Damian Warner guy, was he really good?
He was pretty good. I think he has an Olympic medal, maybe.
I think he was named like the best athlete
ever.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, I forgot about him. Yeah. Has a beautiful training facility in London, Ontario now. Beautiful stuff. Here's DeJean Clark from Trinity Western. And unable to clear his second attempt at 4:43. Kira Comfort from Saskatchewan in the circle now. She's in 6th place in the women's shot put. Kenneth West passes on his 5th round jump in long jump. Kira Comfort will walk up the front of the circle on her 6th round throw.
That was Logan Spicer, University of Guelph. He will get the white flag and get a measurement.
Currently in 8th place, trying to bump up with his last jump of the competition, last jump of the indoor season for Logan Spicer. Speaking of last throws, here's Brianna Asiyama from Carleton, currently in 5th place. 13:23 her best. To move up into 4th, she'd have to throw 13:32. Actually, a 13:33 would put her into 3rd. And that is just outside of the sector. That will not be measured. It looked like she was going to have a good distance on that angle, but unfortunate for Asiyama, she will finish in 5th place in the competition. Pardon me. This is Natalie Thirsk with her ambulatory 300 meter. We saw her compete in the 60 meter dash earlier as well.
A fantastic performance from Thirst yesterday in the 60 meter. As we see here in the women's 300 meter ambulatory. Different than the 60 meter dash, bringing it absolutely though as she comes around the final bend. Pushing hard through into this final stretch, the final 40 meters. 30, Thirst pressing all the way through, crossing the line. 48.94, really impressive 300 meter time for Natalie Thirsk.
Congratulations to Natalie Thirsk. Strong throughout the duration of the 300 meter. And she will take home the gold medal in her designation, and we'll have another U Sports championship to her total. Here's Chelsea McIsaac from, as we see the finish for Thirsk, here's Chelsea McIsaac from Dalhousie. And that's a good throw from Chelsea. The height is still at 4:43 in men's pole vault. DeJean Clark will attempt his 3rd try at this height. So McIsaac in 2nd place throws 13.71. And DeJean Clark with a good clearance at 4:43. So Chelsea McIsaac claims 2nd. Jessica Jomfy from Ottawa gets U Sports bronze by winning on a countback over Janae Shomechuk. Here is DeJean Clark. Beautiful clearance at 4:43. And there's Liv Sands with a big throw in the 6th round. No matter. It will not be measured, but no matter, she will take home her 3rd U Sports gold medal with a throw of 16.40, and that will complete the women's shot put portion. Sadie Jane.
So we're going to see Liv Sands join Jennifer Elizarov, who competed yesterday in the women's pole vault, with her 3rd consecutive U Sports gold medal. That is quite the accomplishment to be so dominant for so many years.
Yeah, she's been coming to the National Track and Field Championships since 22. Since 22, 23, 24, and now number 25. So looking forward to seeing what she does, as we saw Jonathan Jacob in the pit for Guelph. Mentioned earlier, Liv Sands also competes in the World Indoor Tour as well in shot put, so bright future ahead for her. Congratulations to Liv Sands on winning there, and congratulations to Jessica Jomfy from Ottawa winning U Sports bronze with a throw of 13.32. She wins on a countback over Janae Shomechuk of Lethbridge. So next up on the runway is Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu. It's 4:53 now is the height. We are in the last round of jumps in the men's long jump. Jonathan Jacob just jumped 7:28 for 4th place.
That jump by Jonathan Jacob of Guelph was 1 centimeter shy of a potential medal. Still some jumpers to come in round 6. 4th place, 1 centimeter off.
Here's Lavoie-Beaulieu with incredible height on that vault. Dan, your reaction to that was incredible.
Just the space between him and that bar, it looked like it was not a challenge at all. Obviously it is, but my goodness.
Here's one more look at that. Getting some athletes pumped up in the long jump for their last 3 jumps. Oki Okumo from Trinity Western on the runway now, making his way down the runway, and a large jump from Okumo, but he overtoes, will not have it measured, and he will clap to the crowd because he has just clinched himself a U Sports bronze medal. So here's Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan with a good clearance at 4:53.
And just about to begin the men's 300-meter ambulatory. Ludovic Joseph from Sherbrooke set to take off.
He's coming in with a seed time of 42.91.
In a true time trial here, racing against himself. Just pushing the pace. Trying to make a PB here, Ludovic Joseph. Speed around the back stretch, the crowd cheering him on as he keeps on pushing Joseph. Keeping those arms pumping, the feet moving, that cadence staying strong. Joseph brings it around, starts to feel the energy from the crowd. Ludovic Joseph giving it everything down the back stretch. Coming through with a time of 44:15, just off his PB of 42.91. An official score of 43.80. And there's Joseph running right through the line. Take a look at that official time before sending it back to the field with Brett.
Thank you very much, Dan. We've got DeJean Clark trying to clear 4:53 to move on into the competition. Unable to do so. That is his first attempt at this height. With 1 jump remaining in the men's long jump, it's Kenneth West who already tied a U Sports record at 7.88. The OUA record 2 weeks ago was 7.99. Let's see what Kenneth West has in the tank. He was one of our athletes to watch at the beginning of the day. And of course, we're going to see him in triple jump tomorrow. So this is not the last chance you're going to see Kenneth West from Western.
Kenneth West prepares for his jump. Seems to be getting an assistive clap from the whole building. He secured the gold. He secured a tied record. Can he accomplish much more and increase that and maybe have a Canadian indoor record too? Here he goes.
And he's pulling up. He's going to run through. It looked like he had maybe a little bit of a hiccup there. No matter, he still has a U Sports record, 7.88, tied for it, and another U Sports gold. Sadie Jane.
From some of his teammates earlier this year that long jump is not Kenneth's main event. He added this to his main event of triple jump because triple jump was hard on the body, and he just picked up the long jump and in the best way possible. I mean, he's incredible at it.
Yeah, I would say so. U Sports record, OUA record. Coming in tomorrow, he's going to be the top-ranked athlete in the men's triple jump as well. So Kenneth West, another gold medal to his credit, and he'll put it in the trophy case looking for tomorrow. Ludovic Joseph getting an interview with Sarah Said in French. We see that trackside as we continue towards the final events of the evening. We've got 3 gentlemen left in the Hep pole vault event, and then these poor souls are going to have to run a 1,000 meter at 9 o'clock to end our events this evening. So just the Hep pole vault on the runway continuing. That is our last field event of the day. We're going to finish things off as we should on the track with some relays and then the 1,000 meter. So a lot of fun tonight still going on. The bar is still at 4.53. Dijon is the only athlete that has not cleared 4.53 yet, so he gets 2 more chances at this height. It took 3 chances for him to clear 4.43. Looking to join Edouard Lavoie-Boyot and Jake Neufeld at 4.63 should he clear this height. Right now, if Dijon exited the competition, he would gain 740 points for his efforts. Which includes 5 clearances in this comp already.
Here goes Clark. Oh, close call from Clark. Wasn't able to get all the way over and hands-free on top of the bar. He will exit this competition having cleared a height of 4 meters, 43 centimeters for 730 points.
One more chance for Dijon. All right, let's send it down to Sarah Said with Katie Pegg from St. Mary's.
Katie, you have an incredible story with shot put. You started in September 2024 and since have been to the Worlds and Paralympics, and now you're here at U Sports. How does that whole journey feel for you?
It's honestly crazy, especially just to see the progress that's been made over the year and now 2 years. It's surreal, and like every time I come to U Sports, I mean the past few times, it's always been showing that para-athletes really can compete with our open counterparts, and just trying to build that pathway for para-athletes at the end of the day.
What's been your best moment here so far?
I think being able to connect more with my other throwers that I've been throwing with. It's just amazing to be able to see them lifting me up, and I get to do the same back, and kind of being there to see their journey through shot put also is phenomenal.
Thanks, Katie. Back to you.
Great interview, Sarah. Well done, Katie Pegg. Para-athlete, been all over the world, picked up a sport. It's taken her wherever she needs to go. So with a couple of athletes still remaining in the men's heptathlon pole vault events, we've got Dijon Clark with one more attempt at 4.53. Looking to join Jake Neufeld from Saskatchewan and Edouard Lavoie-Boyot of Sherbrooke. Here's Dijon there. He won the shot put portion of the event yesterday. Looking for his 3rd attempt at 4.53. To move on and bump up some more points here. If I was him, I'd be bargaining. I'd say, hey, if I clear 4.53, do I really have to run the 1,000? Can't you guys just give me a decent time? It reminds me of when, well, the 1,000 meter reminds me of when Jamie Ajete Nelson was being coached by Dennis Fairall. Dennis would have to calculate how slow Jamie would have to run in the 1,000 for him to still win, because he absolutely hated running the 1,000 meter. So we'll see if these athletes struggle with their final event over 2 days. Here's Dijon Clark. 3rd attempt at 4.53 and unable to clear. So Dijon Clark will exit the competition at that height. He cleared 5 different heights. 3.93, 4.13, 4.23, 4.33, and 4.43 before bowing out after 3 misses at 4.53. The bar will now be set at 4.63, and we are going to have a battle between Edouard Lavoie-Boyot and Jake Neufeld to see who's going to take the crown of the Pent pole vault event and pick up some big points. So worth taking a look at the multi-table right now, because these differences in score aren't going to be too crazy after this event. So right now, with his clearance of 453, Edouard Lavoie-Boyot will get at least 769 points in this event. And he will also compete in the men's pole vault as well. He is the 10th ranked athlete in that field with a best vault of 5 meters. Jake Neufeld will also be in the pole vault tomorrow with a best seed mark of 480. So we could be here for a while, Cole, if these athletes continue to clear and fatigue is not a factor for these athletes. I'll go over the standings while we are waiting for Edouard Lavoie-Boyot to make his first attempt at 4.63. So as the competition stands right now, the Sherbrooke athlete, Edouard Lavoie-Boyot, with a score of 4,566 would be in first. Just 53 points behind him is Emmanuel Deslitz from Western with 4.513, as we see some athletes getting warmed up around the track for our relays later tonight. Just one field event left on the docket. Emmanuel Deslitz in second in the men's heptathlon right now, 53 points behind Edouard Lavoie-Boyot. And he will attempt 4.63 in just a few moments. Jared Hendricks-Pollock from Western in third place, 45.06. Tristan Misha from Windsor, 44.43. Dejan Clark from Trinity Western, who we just saw exit the competition, 43.99. I believe it's time for the 300-meter final. Dan and Sadie Jean, take it away.
Yes, it is, and there will be 2 heats in this final. In the first heat, Tegan Wallace, Grace Igbicki, Gabrielle Cole, and Paige Willems. So this is going to be pushing it to the max no matter what. You're not thinking about anybody else. You're thinking, I got to set the tone for that next heat, making sure that nobody's going to chase down my time. And that could be the issue being the first group here, as the other team sees the clock. They know what they have to do. Or not, the other group, rather, has the advantage of seeing that clock for the second heat.
Absolutely, Dan. These women all have such great resumes to their name. Tegan Wallace, third in this event last year. Grace Igbicki, third at Can West. Gabrielle Cole, second in the 60 last night, and Paige Willems, second in this event last year. They can win medals from this heat. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. It's all about the time.
And they know that Favor Okpali in the second heat has that top time so far of 37.79. She's looking to change the shade of her medal from last year from bronze to gold in this event. The best time out of this group, Gabrielle Cole. And they're off. Bringing it around and pushing is Paige Willems on that outside lane. Doesn't know what's coming up behind her, so she is giving it her all and looking pretty good coming down the back stretch, but pulling through. Grace Igbicki. Igbicki taking space, coming around the final bend. Grace Igbicki from the Saskatchewan Huskies in the lead coming around the final turn. Gabrielle Cole right alongside her. Cole surges to the line and takes it for the Guelph Griffins. A time of 38.24 in the opening heat of the women's 300-meter final.
That was such strength we just saw from Gabrielle Cole as she came through in that last 50. She was trailing coming into the home stretch, and she just showed what she was made of there. And she's coming up from the 60 meters. She's already run several times this weekend. That was a stellar run for Gabrielle Cole of Guelph.
And Igbicki shooting, giving it her best, coming around that bend to identify that for Gabrielle Cole, and then no, it's time to take it to another gear. Really impressive, but we'll see how those times hold up going into the second heat, which is just getting set up right now.
So in Heat 1, we had Cole of Guelph, Igbicki of Saskatchewan, Willems of Saskatchewan, and Wallace of Western, rounding out that heat.
Coming up in this second heat, Nicole McKenzie from the Guelph Griffins, 38.60, her best time. Georgia Oland, University of Calgary, 38.58. And Favor Okpali, we've talked about her all weekend so far. from the Western Mustangs, 37.79. And then Diana Proctor, one of our athletes to watch to start the day, 38.48.
Another star-studded field, Nicole McKenzie, last year's gold medalist in this event, Georgia Oland, the Can West champ, the U Sports Community Service Award winner. Favor Okpali is just an outstanding athlete. She's the U Sports Track and Field Female Athlete of the Year. And Diana Proctor, the U Sports Female Rookie of the Year. These women are going to put on a show for us tonight.
38.24, the number we're watching.
Favors coming in with a 37.79 clocking from her prelim. We'll see what she's got in her legs.
And we do hope this crowd sticks around for that 1,000 meter to close out the day, because the energy has been fantastic. Carrying over from Thursday to today. Still more action coming up tomorrow. Dan Malta, Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, and Brett Hedges up top here, and Sarah Said down on the track with the interviews with the athletes. And there's that quiet right before the gun. The runners down, clearing their minds. Now set, and they're off. Okpali in lane 5, hunting right off the top. But on the outside, Proctor pushing the pace, coming up the inside, Georgia Oland. Oland and Proctor getting ahead, going into the final turn. Bringing it around Proctor. From Guelph on the outside. Down to the final stretch. Okpali surging through. It's going to be Proctor from Guelph. Going sub 38. Official time 37.68. Diana Proctor. What an effort to take U Sports gold in the 300 meter. Favor Okpali coming through in second place when it's all said and done, and the time of 38.24 from the first heat will hold up for bronze.
Diana Proctor's had an outstanding season. We've said it before. Hopefully we keep saying it this weekend. OUA champion, now a U Sports champion in just her first year at the University of Guelph, coming off a 5th place finish in the 60 meters yesterday for the gold medal today. And this time of 37.68 just misses the U Sports record of 37.35. An outstanding time for all these women in this race.
Fantastic effort. The yellow flag for Favor Okpali for a lane violation. So we'll have some more on that coming around on the other side. You're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory. The lights are bright, the stakes higher. This isn't just a game, it's the moment. Hydrated, focused, ready to win. Powered by BioSteel. Welcome to Championship Weekend.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Welcome back inside the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. It's the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. We're going to take a look at the end of that women's 300 meter for the lane violation for Favor Okpali of the Western Mustangs. And Cole, you're saying you saw this in perhaps the final 10 meters of the race?
Let's take a look here as these 4 athletes run into the final. One flag that was raised initially by an official was a yellow flag for a lane violation. Athletes are allotted 1 foot on the line per race. If I look closely there at the athlete in purple, there was a couple foot violations there across her line, although no other athlete was impeded. We will have to find out how the officials rule this result.
And Sadie Jane, you have some comments on that as well?
Building on what Cole just said, I think it is going to come down to reviewing if she did impede Georgia Oland right beside her in any way, and if not, she'll remain in the rank or in the results.
And going back through the preliminary results from that as well, Proctor looking impressive.
Diana Proctor coming away with that gold medal in 37.68. Right now, second place, Favor Okpali of the Western Mustangs, also running 37. She ran 37.78. Gabrielle Cole, who we saw run in Heat 1 of the 300-meter final, is sitting in the bronze medal position with a time of 38.24. Rounding out the field is Grace Igbicki of Saskatchewan, Georgia Oland of Calgary, Nicole McKenzie of Guelph, Paige Willems of Saskatchewan, and Tegan Wallace in 8th of the Western Mustangs.
And now we've got Heat 1 of the men's 300-meter finals. Andy McMullen from St. Mary's in lane 3. Philemon Henoch from the Toronto Varsity Blues, lane 4. Ryder Rati in lane 5 from the Alberta Golden Bears. And then Ben Tilson, the Windsor Lancer, in lane 6. And the best time in this heat belongs to Ryder Rati, 34.39. Coming out some noise. You can expect that here in Windsor with Tilson on the outside. Tilson kicking, coming around this corner in the first bend of the race. Tilson, the stagger looking good. Everybody coming together around this corner. Rati pushing, chasing down. He's going to come around the bend ahead of Tilson. Rati surging through the line, and you'll take Heat 1. Unofficial time of 34.53.
That's the Can West Male Rookie of the Year.
Comes
right
down to 34.30, so he trims 0.9 of a second off his initial run. Philemon Henoch coming through in second, Ben Tilson in third. So 34.30 will become the number to look out for the men in Heat 2. Where we've got Daniel Earls from the Trinity Western Spartans, Dawson Mann from Manitoba, Aaron Thompson and Josh Duckman, a pair of Western Mustangs. In lanes 5 and 6, Earls in 3, Mann in 4.
The top returner in this event is Aaron Thompson, who was 8th in 2024. So we'll see what he's got coming in with a blazing fast time, but also his teammate, Josh Duckman, was the OUA champion 2 weeks ago.
And Brett, before we get set here for this second heat.
Just in the men's heptathlon pole vault event, we had Manny Deslitz fall unable to clear 4.53. Jake Neufeld was able to clear 4.63 and now has completed 4.73. Then now the bar is now set at 483, and he will try to get as many points as he can heading into the final event at 9 o'clock. Now back to the track for the 300B final.
34:11, the time from Aaron Thompson in the prelims. And that is the best of the 8 competitors heading into the finals. His teammate, Josh Duckman, second fastest time at 34:19. And then Dawson Mann, 34:21, the third fastest. Daniel Earl is one of the athletes of the week over the course of the season. You know, he's got it as well, so this second heat should be exciting. They know the number on the board, 34:30. And there's the U Sports record on the screen set by Austin Cole, 32:89. Thompson going through his routine. You can see him through the crowd as we pull out and see all these engaged fans, family, friends, athletes, everybody. People who were competing yesterday might not have anything left, but they're still here supporting their teammates. And there's the gun. Great look of the two Western athletes. Intensity in their faces as they bring it around. Mann looking smooth as well in lane 4. Good spread. The Western athletes, Duckman and Thompson, look to have separated themselves. Thompson and Duckman bringing it around down the home stretch. They're going to be in a showdown. Duckman and Thompson. Thompson takes it. 34:35 unofficial. 34:09. Aaron Thompson takes gold. Duckman coming in behind him at 34:21. That'll be good for silver. Ryder Rati with that 34:30 from the first heat, taking bronze. And Thompson on the ground right now, being embraced by his friends and teammates. A great scene on the track. Congratulating the competitors as well. And we'll send it down to Sarah Saeed down at the track.
Diana, you were named Rookie of the Year this year for 2025, and now you won first place in the 300 meter. How does it feel to see your success play out like that?
It feels really good. I've been looking forward to this meet and coming out and running my best, so it feels good to execute that.
And then Guelph has been really dominating as well this year and previous years. What does it mean to you to be part of a team like Guelph?
I think that's why I came here. I came to be the best in Canada and to celebrate with everyone. It's a really good environment.
Awesome. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Diana Proctor, she's caught her breath. It's interesting to see when Sarah's catching up with them. Are they still breathing heavy, or are they're good to go? But Diana Proctor, she had, 5 minutes to regain her breath there, so she was doing all right. But really interesting to see their insights. Everybody's still focused when they're down there talking. They know that there's more to happen still this weekend.
Especially these 300-meter athletes. The 4x400 meter is the final event on the track of the meet. That'll be tomorrow afternoon, so they know that they still have another event. At least most of them will. And rounding out our men's 300-meter podium, Aaron Thompson of the Western Mustangs in first, Josh Duckman of the Western Mustangs in second, and Ryder Rati from the Alberta Golden Bears, the first-year athlete, coming through with a bronze medal from Heat 1.
And Brett, some thoughts on that?
A little news from the field. We talked about Jake Neufeld winning the men's pole vault. He's still continuing to jump after Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu was unable to clear 4.63. Neufeld clears 4.73. That is a U Sports Hep pole vault record. So Jake Neufeld looking to solidify himself in the record book with a 4.83. Missed on his first opportunity at that height. He has 2 more. He beat Milos Savic's record with 4.70 back in 2016. Windsor Lancer, U Sports record. All right, let's send it down to Sarah Saeed with Aaron Thompson from Western.
Aaron, 34.09 for you in the 300 meter. How does it feel to get there?
It feels really good. It feels really good. Last year in the 300, I broke my leg mid-race, and to be able to come back from that and win it all, it's something I'm extremely proud of. And I mean, it's Vicky's last year, and to be able to do this for her last year and to do it for her and all my other coaches, I'm just extremely blessed and thankful to be here. And yeah, super thankful. All praise to the Lord. Yeah, super blessed to be here.
Yeah, and you've made a difference on and off the track. You were also winning the Community Service Award this year in 2025. What does it mean to you to be able to use sport to also help people?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, I love sports. I love serving other people. It's what I feel called to do. It's why I've chosen the career path I'm in. And to be able to combine the two of those is, again, a huge blessing and something I'm very grateful for.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Let's take it over to a medal presentation. Dan, Sadie Jane.
Currently on the podium, we have the Women's Long Jump Awards. Receiving the bronze medal, who also received the bronze medal in the Women's Pentathlon last night, is Shalane Pritchard of the Regina Cougars. Receiving the silver medal from the Waterloo Warriors is Celia Markovinovich, and receiving her gold medal is Sienna McDonald, representing the University of Calgary, where she jumped a U Sports record of 6:25. The previous record was set in 2001, and it was 6:24.
Really impressive. And just turning our attention over here to the overall standings, the Western Mustangs men's side stepping in front of Manitoba. Manitoba had carried that lead, but after that race, the 1-2 finish there for the Western Mustangs, 72 points. Atop the leaderboard on the men's side, the Manitoba Bisons in second with 48. The Guelph Griffins in third with 39. Right behind them, the Toronto Varsity Blues with 26. And then over in the women's standings, the Western Mustangs. And these were the two leaders in the OUA as well. The Guelph Griffins in second with 57 points behind the 70 for Western. The Saskatchewan Huskies with 38. And the University of Calgary just about in that third spot with 35 points to Saskatchewan's 38, so something to keep our eyes on as we do move on to the final day tomorrow. We're well beyond the midway point of this event.
Here's Neufeld looking for a new record. So that is his second miss at that height. So he'll have one more chance. Sorry, that is his third attempt at 483. That is the end of the men's heptathlon pole vault. A new record by Jake Neufeld, 473. He picks up 828 points. Heading into the final event, Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu from Sherbrooke in first, 45.66. Manny Deslitz from Western, 45.13. So he's 53 points behind Edouard. And Jared Hendricks-Pollock of Western, 45.06. Jake Neufeld, with that performance in pole vault, moves up into fourth place, 44.49. Just behind him, Tristan Misha from Windsor, 44.43.
Looking ahead to 8:30, which will be the start of the women's 4x800 relay. 13 teams, 4x800, organized chaos, I expect, is what we will see. But the logistics of the exchanges in an event like this, where the gaps will change, like nobody's handing off at the same time when it gets down to on the second and third exchange. What do you have to look out for out there when there are so many moving parts? The risk of running into somebody, it's real. The risk of dropping the baton, extremely real. A little bit more relaxed on the handoffs, though, right? They're not going to be surging at full speed. They might have the luxury, we will maybe not call it a luxury, but to turn around and just address the handoff and take it that way.
Absolutely. These handoffs are going to look different from what we saw in the 4x200 meter prelims yesterday and what we'll see in the 4x400 meter 4x400 meter finals tomorrow. They're all a little bit different as you start increasing in distance and decreasing in speed coming into the exchange zone. You were generous when you said organized chaos. I think that would be a best case scenario here. But these teams are they're going to want to make sure that whoever is passing the baton doesn't let go until it is firmly in their teammate's hand. And then they're just going to want to do their best to keep hold of it. At OUA's 2 weeks ago, we saw a few baton drops, pick it up and keep going. But these women are just going to be locked in on their teammates, hopefully, and hopefully the exchanges are all clean. And we have some great races tonight.
And they run a very tight schedule here at the U Sports BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships here on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. Right on schedule for almost everything. So if you're looking ahead at what's coming up, we can pretty much guarantee we're going to hit those times, pending nothing changes. We did just hear a starter's gun. I'm not sure any races are actually going off on the track right now. I'm going to say they're not, based off the amount of people around the awards section here.
Just making sure it works.
I think everybody took a peek over their shoulder. But one of the rare moments of calm here, and it's only going to last about 12 minutes. But I guess we'll take this time to try and get some reflections from you two, our two athletes here, Sadie Jane Hickson and Cole Hannum. And Cole, I'll start with you being in this environment. I know you've been here before, and this is your home track as well. But just watching this, you're not out there racing anymore, but still, what kind of emotions does it bring back? What kind of feelings is it to be here watching this and these people competing so hard?
Thank you, Dan. Honestly, it's tough. You know, growing up in this facility, I had a lot of good memories here. And track and field is kind of a lifestyle, never really something you grow out of. I'm very blessed to be here and cheering on some teams and some other friends that I know. And I wish that they have an equal good experience like myself. And I hope that they carry that forward with greater in life, whether that's a coaching or supportive role. Lifestyle is kind of the word I would use to represent track and field in my life.
And Sadie Jane, still competing. You get to compete against these athletes as well at the various meets that you visit. But you get to watch them, you know, you hit the rewind button to a couple years ago for yourself. It's hard not to get excited. I see you guys getting, you know, a couple of fist pumps in there when you're seeing something happen. Staying professional, of course, but still getting excited when you're seeing these teams, these results of people you know, people you've trained with and race against. But just describe to me what it's like to observe from up top here.
It feels like the weekend is flying by. It definitely flies by when you're an athlete, but you're more focused on like, okay, now I have 2 hours before my next event, or now I have 8 hours that I have to sleep. And up top, it feels like everything is just bang, bang, bang. And as you mentioned, we're right on schedule for everything, and we are flying through the events. It's exciting to see these athletes have their special moments. I know we saw Jenica Schwartz in the 1K. We saw Jennifer Elizarov in the high jump, Kenneth West in the Jennifer Elizarov in the pole vault.
And Natalie Thirsk right now.
Natalie Thirsk, Kenneth West. It's incredible to see them perform at their best. And I know I had the best experience I could in U Sports, and now I'm happy for an opportunity to be in a little bit of a different position, but still being able to be in this environment and support these athletes in my own way.
And we will be right back with more coverage of this fantastic event, the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV from the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse here on the campus of the University of Windsor.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Where exceptional student athletes are born. Where records are broken. Where great plays are made. Where school colors ignite passion, where champions prevail. Where tradition is celebrated, Ontario University Athletics.
Feel every hit, goal, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline, immersing you in the game like never before, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. We deliver unparalleled simplicity and tailor-made digital broadcasting solutions crafted to make you feel every moment in a way like never before. Our passionate team ensures your message reaches audiences reliably every time. Proudly Canadian, we bring a touch of innovation and our passion to the world stage. ISI Live, be there.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
Welcome back inside. It's the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championship on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor. CBC Sports is Canada's home for university sport. Canada's best university men's hoops teams are in Vancouver from March 13th to 16th for the 2025 Indochino Final 8 presented by Victory Creative Group. Catch complete coverage next weekend on CBC Gem, CBCSports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube with the gold medal games Sunday, March 16th at 4 p.m. Eastern on CBC Television and Sportsnet. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Now we're going to head down to track level. Sarah Saeed alongside Jake Neufeld.
473 in the heptathlon pole vault. How does it feel? And you have one more event left.
Yeah, it feels really great. My personal best is 4.8 meters, so to have some attempts at 483 is just great. And the last event is the 1,000 meters, so that's always a battle. And I know as heptathletes, it's not always the most fun event, and it might not be the prettiest, but definitely excited. And it's just been a great weekend here in Windsor, so excited.
How do you stay focused for your next event?
Yeah, I think a big thing is just making sure to take one event at a time. Within the heptathlon, it's definitely an emotional roller coaster, so you're going to have good events and bad events. And so kind of just going off of those good events and taking that high and bringing that energy into the next event, and then having short memory when it's not the greatest event. So,
thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Jake. As we take a peek at some athletes receiving their awards as well. There's a big one for the Windsor Lancers. Sadie?
So we're missing Sophie Coots off of this podium, and I think it's because she's warming up for the 4x800 meter relay over on the far side of the track.
She's a little busy.
Yeah, we can see her out there. But Brett, you saw Jake Neufeld there, and you've been teasing this the whole time, but this 1,000 meters coming up for them this evening, you're saying that it seems like something they might be dreading. I know they've been working hard, but looking ahead to this, what have you seen from them leading into this race?
Well, a lot of the positioning over the last six events has been so that these guys can get a gauge of what they need to perform in the 1,000 to be able to be successful. Jake Neufeld, we talked about how he just set a new U Sports record in the hep pole vault. That gives him a big leg up. It gets him into the top 5 and gives him a chance to be in the medals. So all that work in the field, obviously we had some races as well, but all that work across 6 events have now set you up for success in the 1,000. And 14 athletes are going to be competing in that race, and it could be chaos. You're going to figure out pretty quickly who's a 1,000 meter racer and who isn't, right?
Who's a true field athlete and who's a true track athlete, and that's the beauty of the sport. It all comes together. And then you just find out who's the best athlete overall in an instance like this. But
yeah,
looking forward to it for sure.
For sure. It takes me back to when Jamie Ajete Nelson performed here for the University of Windsor. Dennis Fairall used to have to calculate how slow he could run in the 1,000 meter and still win the heptathlon. So a lot of math goes into this, and these athletes know exactly what they need to hit. And we looked at the pent last night. We saw Madison Lawrence right next to Rebecca Parker. Because of where she was in points, she knew all she had to do was stay close to Rebecca, and she was going to be the champion. So a lot of that tactic might go into the men's 1,000 meter race, although their 1,000 meter prowess may not be as deep as the women's pent field.
Really exciting. Looking forward to that at 9 o'clock. That will conclude our action here for day 2. Now on the track right now, we are getting set for the women's 4x800. And you can see this big chat going on. There are going to be some ground rules laid out from the officials. The starter's out in a different group, catching a different set of instructions. But this is a lot of people on a 200-meter track. It's not a lot of space out there. We know that. But we can see some cones marked out there as well. Sadie Jane, what's their meaning? What is it out there that they're going to have to pay attention to?
Absolutely. Similar to what we saw in the women's 1,000 meter, and then in the 3,000 meter, we're going to have different chutes to start. And so we're going to have some teams at the top of the track in the outer lanes, and some teams starting further back on the inside of the track, and they will have a 2-turn stagger. So they'll go around 2 corners before they're able to cut in and run on the inside lane as they please.
And we just saw Sophie Coots. She did skip that podium officially. She's right here.
Absolutely. This event is exciting. The U Sports record also happens to be the Canadian indoor record of 8:32.36 set by the University of Toronto back in 2015 with the likes of Gabriella Stafford, who went on to be a professional athlete and an Olympian. The returning champs, the Saskatchewan Huskies. But we also have the 2023 champs, the Guelph Griffins. So these are going to be some teams to watch out for. We also have Sherbrooke coming in ranked 2nd this year and Victoria ranked 3rd.
And the Huskies with the best time posted this year with 8:49.92. It'll be Saskatchewan, the number 1 ranked team, Sherbrooke, and then Victoria, Western, Guelph, Dalhousie, Laval, Windsor, Alberta, Manitoba, Queens, University of Calgary, and St. FX. The 13-team field. Everybody getting to their positions.
It'll be interesting to see if this is a tactical first leg or if these athletes just get out and run. We have quite a few athletes that are going to be coming back from events they've already run. For the Huskies, they've got Harrison, Schwartz, and Pearson, who we saw in the 1K. The Griffins are going to be returning Radovich, who was in the 600 yesterday, and Sanderson Kirby from the 1K. We have Chloe Coots, Sophie Coots, and Hallie Nelson, who we saw in their events earlier this week, or today. It's going to be a really exciting event.
And we'll do the math for you. Well, my phone will do the math for us. 52 athletes out here on the track right now. And you're saying it was a generous term to say organized chaos, and we will find out very shortly.
This will be a really successful day if no batons are dropped, nobody falls, exchanges are clean. That would just be the best.
Cole, your thoughts seeing them all set up here?
Oh, I'm looking out there on the field, 13 numbers on the track, and I agree with Sadie. It would be a good day if no batons were dropped and no falls happened today.
All athletes hoping for the same, but weigh that against the spirit of competition and trying to push yourself. Sometimes things happen out here.
So it looks like our schools that are in the outer box are Saskatchewan, Sherbrooke, Victoria, and Western. And the remaining teams will be on the inside chute for 2 turns.
And these athletes comprised of specialist runners from how many different individuals competitions here? I know it's probably hard to guess, but probably everything from a 300-meter specialist up to a 3,000 finding their way in here.
Absolutely, I would agree. I think the team to watch is definitely going to be Saskatchewan, though, with the U Sports gold medalist in the 1K, the U Sports bronze medalist in the 1K, but also the Western Mustangs are bringing back Sophie Coots, who was bronze in the 3,000, and Hallie Nelson, who was silver in the 1K.
We will do our best to track along with what we see here, but a lot going on, and there's going to be a lot to watch all the way around the track. As we mentioned leading up to this start, these handoffs will not happen at the same time, coming down to that second or third, probably not even on the first handoff. And there is already some jostling for position in the trail group just to get things started.
This is Ruby Radovich of Guelph going out hard. We saw her do that at OUAs, and it paid off, winning the Griffins the conference title there in this event.
Saskatchewan out front right now, but coming around the bend. This will be 4 laps of this 200-meter track.
This is Aiden McDonald of Dalhousie, who's leading currently.
And that pack keeping tight. Separation here can mean so much down the line, as we already see confusion as to who can move on the track right in front of our broadcast position. You're not seeing it on your screen right now, but they're moving them across the track to the near side as they have filed down to the inside lane. Dalhousie leading the way. Guelph, Saskatchewan right behind.
Coming through 400 meters in about 64 seconds for Aiden at the front there. Running for Dalhousie.
And Cole, keeping your eye on the pack. Anything to point out?
Dan, everyone's there. You know, it's too early to tell, 3 more runners and legs to come through. In about a lap and a half, we'll see these runners hand off the baton to the second runner. Maybe something new will happen.
As we just saw them move by that Saskatchewan Huskies flag and the Calgary Dino in the corner. Dalhousie still holding on in front. Saskatchewan now pressing through as they just move past us.
Caitlin Harrison coming through 600 in about 140.
And everybody in this building participating in this race as the runners move by them. They are cheering them on and making some noise. Coming around. Lead pack around the 700-meter mark now.
The officials are lining up the women based on where their teammate is with 100 to go.
And them all holding their arms out, fighting, calling for their teammate. Saskatchewan with the first handoff, and that was a perfect exchange right there with the Huskies moving on with a bit of a gap. Dalhousie in second right now. Guelph right on their heels in third. Saskatchewan
with the fastest first leg at 2:13.79, which is a very fast time.
It absolutely is. This group of 4 in front. Laval in 5th right now. St. FX in 4th. Queens in 6th alongside UAB.
This is Schwab of Saskatchewan in the front currently.
And we'll remind everybody, Saskatchewan, the top-ranked team coming into this, 8:49.92, their best time on the season. And Cole, what are you seeing?
As these second leg runners do take charge, there was a lead pack of about 7 ladies. They may have slowed up a bit, as I now count maybe 9 ladies gathering to this lead pack. This has huge dynamics for the race to come.
And adding to the confusion, the men starting to warm up for their 4x800 coming up. And now we have Vic moving into the front, it looks like, yes.
This is Marisha Thompson, who we saw a few hours ago in the women's 3,000 meter taking the lead.
Now, a minor detail here maybe, guys, running with a baton versus running without one. I know it's just a strange thing. It catches the wind and feels a little bit odd in your hand. How can that change your form when you're moving around in a 4x800, Cole?
Dan, I don't think it changes the form. I think it changes your mind. And your mind is telling you, do not drop this baton.
That was my thoughts exactly. Do not let go.
Victoria and Laval. Saskatchewan right there up front. Queens keeping pace. And Saskatchewan passing on or trying to pass on the outside right here. That is extra meters on an 800-meter race. A little bit more tax on the legs. We're getting set for the second exchange. And watching this, yes, you were right, organized chaos is...
Sophie Coots from Western, fresh off the 3K, has had an excellent leg moving up into second.
A bit of a push as well on the handoff.
Running for Saskatchewan is our 1,000-meter gold medalist, Jenica Schwartz.
Saskatchewan and Western. Plenty of lead changes. The one constant in the front group, Saskatchewan. We saw these two have a fantastic race earlier. Laval working up into that front group. The Vikes holding on in third. St. FX falling off that pack a little bit. Five minutes and 16 seconds into this race. Saskatchewan holding strong.
The second leg for our team out in front, Saskatchewan, was 2:17, but it was Alberta with the, it says Alberta had the second fastest leg, 2:15.
Temperature rising here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse in Windsor. Saskatchewan and Laval carrying through the lead. Western and Laval, a real battle there, but coming around the outside, Dalhousie is surged on the backstretch. They're going to move into the lead. Can Saskatchewan hold off? Yes, what a push in response to keep them at bay and then take space. Schwartz felt a challenge, responded, created a gap for herself that's closing a little bit as she pressed her foot down to that gas pedal a little bit, may have redlined, but holding them off. Cole, as things really spread out, I'm trusting you're keeping an eye on everything else that's going on as we've got the lead pack here.
I'm doing my best. We now have 3 athletes separate themselves in the lead coming into the final baton pass. I believe that's Chloe Coots, Swartz, and Laval. Big handoff here and a chase pack of 3 to follow.
Fantastic handoff for Saskatchewan, and they hop out quick. That's a big gap on the final exchange in Saskatchewan. They can change the race right here. They keep building. Western in second, Laval in third.
Pearson is just an excellent 800-meter runner. She's been in the national final. She's a medalist over 600 meters. She's a medalist over 1,000 meters. The 800 is smack dab in the middle of that.
Look at her face right now. Looks calm and composed after 200. Western and Laval chasing, trying to challenge each other. Cole.
Some irony in this race, as we see, is Avery Pearson won the bronze medal in the women's 1,000 earlier. The woman who outdipped her is Hallie Nelson of Western, currently sitting in the silver medal here. A little bit of a switcheroo medals-wise. Have to see how this will end.
A lot of moving parts, but this gap for Saskatchewan now about 30 meters. As they move past our broadcast position, Hallie Nelson has some work to do in second for the Western Mustangs.
Less than 2 laps to go for our leaders currently.
There's a look at their times with 1 lap to go. Saskatchewan bringing it around down the stretch here. 1 lap remaining and a very large gap. It looks to have stretched by about 10 meters. Nelson gapping from second to third. First place perhaps out of range, pending a disaster for Saskatchewan. But Nelson on the back stretch, kicking things up a gear, closing it down a little bit. I'd say that's moved from 40 to 20. Now Saskatchewan coming around.
Take a look at this.
Nelson has really closed things down, and she's got a big surge here coming down to the finish line. Hallie Nelson, can she close it out for Western? Saskatchewan holds on. Wow. What an effort from Hallie Nelson to take second place, nearly closing in on the Huskies. Pearson held on.
Hallie Nelson put in the work in that final 200 meters. That was such a close finish between Saskatchewan and Western. But it is the reigning champions, Saskatchewan, who takes it today.
That was a fun one. You see the athletes exhausted, excited, everything. And that gap, looking at it just on the back stretch with, 150 meters to go, I'd say it ranged around 30 to 40 meters. You see it closing, closing, and closing. They come off the corner and turns into almost nothing.
Absolutely. It seems that both Pearson and Nelson have run very similar times, 2:08 for both athletes. They just ran it different ways.
Yeah, taking a look at how it closed out. Saskatchewan 8:51.70, Western 8:51.77. That's 1 and 2.
Laval holds on for that bronze medal, followed by Victoria in 4th place, the Griffins in 5th, Dalhousie in 6th, the Lancers in 7th, Queen's Gales in 8th, St. FX in 9th, Alberta 10th, Calgary 11th, Sherbrooke 12th, and Manitoba 13th.
Don't go anywhere. The men's 4x800 is coming up next. You're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Win, 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 win. Curve everything else. Win, 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 win. These ops ain't lit. Win, 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 win. Start chasing that chip. Win, 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 win.
Where exceptional student athletes are born. Where records are broken. where great plays are made, where school colors ignite passion, where champions prevail, where tradition is celebrated. Ontario University Athletics.
Feel every hit, goal, and celebration as if you're standing right on the sideline, immersing you in the game like never before, bringing heart-pounding action directly to millions of fans. We deliver unparalleled simplicity and tailor-made digital broadcasting solutions crafted to make you feel every moment in a way like never before. Our passionate team ensures your message reaches audiences reliably every time. Proudly Canadian, we bring a touch of innovation and our passion to the world stage. ISI Live, be there.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
Welcome back to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. Dan Malta, Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, Brett Hedges, and Sarah Saeed down at track level. CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. The best U Sports women's volleyball teams head to Hamilton for the 2025 U Sports Women's Volleyball Championships, March 14th to 16th. Catch the action exclusively beginning March 16th on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. U Sports on CBC, where champions are made, and our newest champions, the Saskatchewan Huskies, are down at the track with Sarah Saeed.
Finishing with a time of 8:51.70 and in first place here in U Sports. What is it like for you to have that success here at Nationals?
It means a lot. We've been working so hard all season, trying to stay on top of the rankings all season as like other teams are competing. So it feels good to also execute on the day on this stage. So yeah, I'm really proud of my team.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier with them. We made a plan, we executed, and I can't ask for more.
Awesome, congratulations guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Sarah, and congratulations to the Saskatchewan Huskies as we get set for the men's 4x800. Western, the top-ranked Guelph Griffins, and their top times this season separated by a second and a half, with Western 7:28.46, Guelph 7:31.4. Dalhousie third, Windsor fourth, the Victoria Vikes in fifth, UNB Reds 6, Toronto Varsity Blues 7, Saskatchewan Huskies, Regina Cougars, Manitoba Bisons, McMaster Marauders, the University of Calgary, and then McGill, the 13th ranked team. Coming off that women's race, I don't know if anything can live up to it. That finish was incredible. Hallie Nelson, the guts it took to turn that around in 150 meters and take all that space, something that everybody here will remember going forward, even though they didn't come out with the win.
Absolutely. Some teams to watch here, as you said, are going to be Western, Guelph, and Dalhousie, all ranked 1, 2, and 3, and they are returning athletes that we have already seen in this competition. For Western, we have seen Fox and Sanders in that 1K. For the Griffins, they have the 1K gold medalist and silver medalist in Max Davies and Adam Schmidt. For Dalhousie, they have Aiden Goslet, who was the AUS Male Track Athlete of the Year. There are also some other star-studded teams here. We have Waldman running for the Windsors. We're going to see some Huskies that we've seen earlier this season. Missing from the Bisons is Dawson Mann.
Battle for position, as there was in the women's race off the top for the trail group. On the outside, the top 4 ranked teams, the Western Mustangs, Guelph Griffins, Dalhousie Tigers, and Windsor Lancers.
This is our 1,000-meter silver medalist leading it off for the Griffins, Adam Schmidt. Reaching the cut-in first.
As they fall in, following that first lap. The second leg of the race, the athletes all fall over to the near side of the track, being directed by the officials into their positions. Schmidt leading things for the Guelph Griffins. You can hear the drums banging here at the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse, and the pace here is rabid. Dalhousie with a move to the inside on the straight. They step into third.
Schmidt coming through 400 in 54 seconds here. It's very fast.
Western holding in second. And the Guelph Griffins pushing through in first as they come around the bend here. Through 600 meters, Guelph with a impressive gap here. A minute and 25 seconds into the race. Western and Dalhousie together, separated from the rest. Cole, you're seeing a surge coming through.
Yes, that's right, Dan. Big surge from University of Guelph, Adam Schmidt. He's made up a stagger. Followed by him, that looks to be Dalhousie, Western, McGill, Victoria. Is that McMaster?
That is McMaster in there behind you, Vic.
Looks to be clean baton passes all around.
This is Alonzo Ryan taking over for Adam Schmidt of the Guelph Griffins, followed by Warren of Western.
And you can see Warren is taking this job seriously, trying to chase down Ryan. He saw the gap, knew what he had to do, and doing an impressive job. But Alonzo Ryan holding on here, pick things back up coming around here. Closing out their opening lap of this leg.
The battle for bronze is on. I mean, anything could happen in these next two legs, but currently third place is difficult to tell.
Yeah, Western and Guelph not separated by much in the rankings coming into this. Guelph with a 15-meter gap to the second place Western Mustangs, and a surge from the field as well, as it's the Windsor Lancers feeling the energy from the hometown crowd on the hometown track, pressing in third, trying to separate from that field. The lead for Guelph has grown, and it keeps on stretching out. Alonzo Ryan with an impressive performance here.
Just for our viewers at home who can't see the scoreboard, Adam Schmidt opened up with a 152 first leg.
And as things keep rolling for the Guelph Griffins, they just keep getting more and more dangerous with who they've got to put out there. And Windsor chasing down Western, closing that gap for second. Looks as though Calgary is in fourth right now.
This is Alonzo passing off to Dylan Ferry of Guelph.
Western second to the exchange. Windsor third, and second and third position separated by nothing right now. Guelph off in the distance. They have got a full straightaway separating them roughly 50 meters, seeing them on the back stretch.
That second leg for Guelph was a 151.6.
And the important thing for Guelph here, Cole, they know they've got this lead. What is it they have to focus on now?
Not drop the baton, try and get a new record.
And not drop the baton. A second time.
That record is currently 7:27.9, set by the Windsor Lancers in 2014. That'll be the time to keep our eyes on.
Guelph holding strong, but two teams working together to push the pace. Windsor and Western playing off one another as Western steps into second place. You may tell by the sound of the crowd. The pack tightening up as well. The battle for fourth. There's another one we're watching. The battle for fifth and sixth. Everything's tight with the exception of the leaders, Guelph. But that gap has closed a little bit here. You can see the pain on the faces as they come down past our broadcast position. Windsor holding strong in second. Manitoba surging into fourth. Western in third. Athletes pressing onto the track as well. They can't contain their excitement, encouraging their teammates.
Dylan Ferry is looking strong coming off that last corner into his exchange with Max Davies, our U Sports 1K gold medalist and U Sport record holder.
Max Davies chomping at the bit. Gets off to a start here with Windsor in second. Western in third. Cole, any issues on those final exchanges? They were all clean?
Dan looked fair and clean to me. Looks like we have an honest race on our hands.
Windsor and Western both seeing that blonde hair of Max Davies in front of them and trying to chase him down, doing a solid job as well. The Lancers and the Mustangs gaining ground on Max Davies of the Guelph Griffins out front. Davies takes a peek over his shoulder going around the corner. He's identified the threat in the Windsor Lancers. We'll see what he does here on the back stretch. Revs things up a little bit, takes a little bit of a gap. Davies brings it around. You can see it on his face as well. Davies is pushing the Windsor Lancers. Their anchor looking composed here, chasing down Davies, closing it ever so much, and then it gains back a little bit as Davies realizes what's behind him. Now Western is in danger of being caught in, Western is in danger of being caught in third place with Davies out front. We'll take a look at the battle for third as they come down past us. Davies in first place with Guelph. Western in third. The Manitoba Bisons and Victoria chasing down Western. A ton of action in the battle for third. Davies bringing it back around as they run past the Western flag. Davies coming down to it, takes a look at the video board and celebrates as he crosses the line. Windsor in second, Western in third. The Guelph Griffins take gold in the men's 4x800.
The Griffins defend their title from 2024, repeating as national champions. That was the team of Adam Schmidt, Alonzo Ryan, Dylan Ferry, and Max Davies. Congratulations to those athletes.
And we got a great shot. Brett, what are you seeing there?
He just gave him the Dikembe Mutombo, not in my house kind of thing. He said, no, not quite yet. We're not ready to give up the crown in the OU Sports 4x8.
And then the celebration, the arms in the air as he crosses the line in the victory pose for track athletes.
Rounding out our podium, in second place will be the Windsor Lancers, the team of Long, Ali, Costa, and Waldman. And then hanging on for the bronze medal are the Western Mustangs, the team of Boers, Warren, Sanders, and Fox.
Take another look at it here. There's that finger wag to the fans. And there's that video board peak. We don't know if there's a delay to that video board as well, so they might want to thought of that before taking a look. It can't be too much. And a great effort from the Windsor Lancers, putting on a performance here at their home track. And Brett, we're getting to the men's Hept 1,000 meters. You've been tracking along with these athletes all day. We've asked you about this a few times. Oh, we're going to go down to Sarah Saeed with the Guelph Griffins, the gold medalist in the 4x800. Sarah.
Congratulations, guys, on the win. How does it feel to do it all together?
Oh, it's always great. Coming back here, we had the goal of repeating and bringing back a lot of guys, both here and back in Guelph. And so we do it for us, we do it for our coach, our families, but mainly we do it for the guys back in Guelph.
It's an amazing feeling. I love running with these guys. I love running for Guelph and the Griffins. It's my last U Sports. It's been a wild ride, and it's an awesome way to cap it off, especially with these guys.
This year was these two boys' last U Sports, so we had to finish these guys off well.
Honestly, they said it all, but I love running with these guys. I love these boys here, and there's no better team I'd rather do it with. For everybody back home, my family, everyone, we do it for them, but it's mostly for the boys back home and the rest of the team.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Sarah. It's a skill to interview four people at the same time. Sarah Saeed displaying that they're an excited team.
That's a team that loves each other.
And we've got to head to break. We got one more event for the day. You're watching the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV.
Early mornings, late nights, every rep, every sacrifice leading to this. Fueled by BioSteel, the best get the chance to make their mark. One weekend, one shot at glory.
Hey U Sports fans, check out shop.usports.ca for this week's promotional item from the Nike Team Collection. Visitez le shop.usport.ca pour en profiter de la promotion de la semaine de la collection Nike Team.
Delaney, Northwest Territories, the birthplace of hockey. Here, you'll find a community full of history and tradition. A community that Quaker surprised by transforming their arena kitchen into a Quaker breakfast bar. Stocked with our Canadian whole grain oats, it's now a place to gather, to eat, and to celebrate. We're proud to feed the passion for hockey in the place where it all started. Because we believe no matter where you're from, you've got this.
This is a call to empower, to unite, and to celebrate the bold in all their glory. It's time to own the ice. Are you ready?
Welcome back to the Dennis Fairall Fieldhouse at the University of Windsor, the BioSteel Youth Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. CBC Sports is the home of university sports in Canada. Catch the best youth sports women's hockey teams as they face off in the 2025 Miller Way Systems Youth Sports Women's Hockey Championships in Woolwich, Ontario. The action begins next Thursday, March 20th on CBC Gem, cbcsports.ca, and CBC Sports YouTube. Youth Sports on CBC, where champions are made. Dan Malta, Sadie Jane Hickson, Cole Hannum, and Brett Hedges up here in the broadcast booth. Sarah Saeed trackside with the interviews. And Brett is trying to work through the algorithm, the formula,
that's one way to
describe what we're looking at here. Who has to do what here in this 1,000-meter for these men here?
Well, I'll focus on the top 5 right now because that is our closest cluster of athletes. Actually, top 6 all have over 4,400 points. Our leader, Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu, 45.66. For him to win his personal best in the 1,000 meters, 2:57. Emmanuel Deslitz from Western has a 2:54. So if Manny can beat Edouard, but by a considerable distance, maybe 30 meters or so, he's going to make up the points to win that. Win the gold medal here. So Jared Hendricks-Pollock at 45.06. He's just 7 points behind his own teammate Manny Deslitz and 60 points behind Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu. If he has a good 1,000 meter, he will take the gold depending on how the points fall. Jake Neufeld, who set the record in the men's pole vault, got some big points there. He's ranked second overall in this entire event with the second highest total in Canada. He is a threat to come and win this event from the 4th position. Tristan Misha from Windsor in 44.43 also has a chance if he runs a solid 1,000 meter time.
Brett, thank you so much for tying all those strings together without notes posted all over the wall. Really impressive.
So our 4 top-ranked athletes that are in order are in the top chute there, right? We've got a 2-chute start. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu, Emmanuel Deslitz, Jared Hendricks-Pollock, and Jake Neufeld are our top 4 athletes. The field will be chasing.
And they're off here. Just 1,000 meters.
This is just a one-turn stagger, so they'll be able to cut in almost immediately.
And they are now falling in. Just trying to track who's out front here. Coming around, Western. Winston Clark. Quentin Bouscade. That's probably Noah Dimash. Quentin Buscad, 2-3. Cole. As Winston Clark, Noah Dimash, and Quentin Buscad bring it around here. Cole with just a quick comment.
On your screen there, you'll be looking at the leaders. I will point out, towards the back third of this race, we actually have our 1, 2, and 3 overall point leaders. They will be racing to beat one another to get more points ahead of one another. As it looks now, Manny and Hendrik Pollock are ahead of Louvois below, and that may be a point differential to switch up the gold medal.
And Winston Clark bringing it around, trying to think about weighing your training for these athletes. How many cookies do you put in each jar? And it comes down to it here in this 1,000 meter, where a lot of the events don't lend themselves to running a distance like this. You can see the difference in the builds between these athletes and the traditional 1,000 meter runners. Cole, you're seeing some movement here in the middle of the pack.
That's right, Dan, I am. The gap between first, second, and third grows larger and larger, which could mean a big point swing. If we see that swing, the gold medal may be up for a new contender.
Winston Clark out front. Brett.
Winston Clark in the lead. We've got Tristan Misha behind him in second place. If Tristan can beat Jake Neufeld, Jared, and Manuel by a big margin, he could get into the top 2 here. He's fighting for a medal position right now.
A lot on the line. Each of these guys running their own race. But leading it right now, Winston Clark. Winston Clark grimacing as he brings it down the line. And pushing here after 2 minutes and 40 seconds, he crosses first. An impressive time. Coming through second, Tristan Misha, Noah Dimash, Quentin Buscad, Jake Neufeld, Jared Hendricks Pollock, and these guys are down on the track waiting for these results to come in. We'll see what they mean. Brett, have you got what it all boils down to?
I'm pretty sure that Tristan Misha just won the heptathlon. He scored 52.70. And I'm waiting for the final scores to be tabulated here. 52.70 is the score to beat. 52.57 for Jared Hendricks Pollock. Manuel Deslitz finishes with 52.52. Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu, he hits 52.14. Tristan Misha from Windsor wins the heptathlon. Like I said, he was in 5th. He had to beat everybody in that field and had to do it by a big margin to make up the points. He got 4th at the OUA Championships 2 weeks ago. He lost by 1 point. He knew he had to burn it in the 1,000 meter, and he brings home the gold for Windsor on the final event of day 2. Tristan Misha with a run of his life in the U Sports gold medal.
And absolutely amped up Windsor teammates swarming him there. Cole, what does that mean to you as a Windsor athlete?
That feels good, Dan. Not only feels good to me, but also to the city of Windsor. Tristan, a young athlete in his first year, he beat throughout multiple of the 7 events this weekend. You know he was peaking at the right time and adjusted those cookie jars appropriately.
The cookie jars, absolutely. And it's great seeing all of them come together. They're obviously so happy in the relief on those guys who just finished a long day of competing. Brett with another update.
Yeah, so we're just going over some final numbers from the 1,000. Tristan finished with 827 points for running a 2:44. That's a PB by about 3.5 seconds for him that season, for this season. Jared Hendricks Pollock from Western ran a 2:51.20 to get 751 points. He loses to Tristan by 13 points. So those 7 seconds were absolutely crucial in that 1,000 meter. Manny Deslitz from Western did a great job in the pole vault. He ran a 2:52.58. He's just 5 points behind his teammate Jared Hendricks Pollock from Western and Edouard Lavoie-Beaulieu, who we're going to see tomorrow in the pole vault, ran a 3:01 to finish in 4th. He was a top-ranked athlete in the entire country heading into the 7-event heptathlon.
We sure closed out this day with a ton of exciting events, and this one really captures the spirit of everything that's happened here so far. A multi-sport bringing everything together, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it closes in dramatic fashion as we continue to see the Windsor group celebrating. Cole, what have you got for us?
As I look at the results here today from Tristan Misha, he had a total score of 5,270 points. That is a national leading heptathlon score we just saw from him today.
And that's also a new University of Windsor record in the heptathlon as well. He beats Jesse Drennan's record of 4,948 points. He beats it by almost 300 points here at the U Sports Championships.
And as we do close out day 2, the Western Mustangs atop the leaderboard in the team rankings for both the men's and women's, and we will be staying in-house for the awards.
We're going to get an interview with Tristan in just a few moments as he catches his breath.
Yeah, we'll have Sarah Saeed standing by, doing double duty, both the French language interviews and English language interviews. So right now looks like she's catching up with an athlete from Laval. But a really exciting day, guys. We'll take this time to reflect a little bit on what might be your biggest moments before Sarah catches up. Now she's got him, actually. So we'll just stand by until Sarah is ready. And it looks as though Sarah Saeed is ready at track level. Take it away, Sarah.
Congratulations, Tristan, on the win, heptathlon champion. How does it feel?
Feels great. You know, I had a decent day 1, 3 PBs and season's best. Like all I could ask for, really, and then sent it on the last 1K because, you know, I knew that I had to. And yeah.
And you're doing it here at home with the Windsor Lancers. How is it seeing everyone cheer for you when you just were getting that success there?
No, the energy from the team, the whole 2 days, like I was just soaking in all that energy and using it to help me perform. Yeah.
Congratulations. Back to you.
Thank you, Sarah. So as we stand by for the awards, we'll re-tee that up for you guys. Did have some time to think about it now, but we'll start with you, Sadie Jane. Looking back at this day, what sticks out for you as we get set to wrap up day 2 of 3?
A bit of personal bias coming into this. I am a big fan of the 1K, so seeing teammates Max Davies and Adam Schmidt go 1-2, Max defending his title and setting a new U Sports record, and Adam Schmidt earning his first U Sports individual medal was a real highlight for me. But also, I can't stop thinking about the women's 300-meter finals. That was an excellent battle we saw between Diana Proctor, Favorok Polly, and Grace Igbicki in the heats, but also Gabriella Cole coming through from the first heat to claim that bronze medal overall. I thought it was an excellent display of what racing is, and it's just doing your absolute best.
And Cole?
I would like to bring some focus to the men's long jump event. There we saw Western Mustangs Kenneth West tie the U Sports long jump record in a distance of 7 meters, 88 centimeters on his 4th attempt. That was an incredible jump. It was a national lead, and we'll get to see him again in the triple jump tomorrow.
Brett, spending your day tracking the field events.
It's been a long day, but it started off with a bang in the men's weight throw. We saw some fantastic performances from Graham Wright. I'm really proud of the effort that Tristan Misha put in to win the U Sports gold medal in the men's heptathlon. You wouldn't have blamed anybody if, you know, they might have come up with not the best effort here in the 1K. But he blazed through the track. He knew that he had to stay close to Winston Clark, who was the best 1,000-meter runner in that field to have a chance. The rest of the field fell off, and Tristan wins the U Sports Championship by 13 points. Incredible day.
Yeah, a lot of really exciting moments, exciting events, and the thing that stuck out to me the most wasn't even a winning effort, a second-place effort in the women's 4x800, and Hallie Nelson closing that gap. Really impressive to see, and to come in just 0.7 seconds back of the lead, the Saskatchewan Huskies holding on for that win. What an exciting moment, an exciting race. We're going to take a look at the standings here after day 2. And as we mentioned already, the Western Mustangs sitting atop in both the men's and the women's, but this is the women's standings right now. Western with 78, Guelph with 61, Saskatchewan in 3rd with 48. Moving on over to the men's standings now, where The Western Mustangs do sit atop those. 94 points, the Manitoba Bisons in second, the Guelph Griffins in third place. So, guys, the Western Mustangs looking pretty good heading into this final day. Brett.
Worth noting, their head coach, Vicky Crowley, is going to retire at the end of this year. Wouldn't it be a nice retirement present to get 2 national championships and knock the Guelph Griffins off the national top this year?
That would be a nice cherry on top for her career. And for everybody on the production crew, Brett Hedges, Cole Hannum, Sadie Jane Hickson, and Sarah Saeed, I'm Dan Malta. Thank you so much for tuning in today to the BioSteel U Sports Track and Field Championships on CBC and Cogeco's Your TV. We'll be back tomorrow.